Boom. Boom.
Oh, I like that jacket. I like that jacket.
I thought you'd like this one. I thought you'd like this one.
Yeah.
We here. You got Pac. I got Ali. We
yes,
good,
indeed.
baby.
Yes, indeed. One of these days, I want to ask you. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? We don't have enough time today.
Welcome.
To get into this. How you feel about Ali?
Why am I off? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How do you feel about Muhammad Ali? I feel like there's holes in Muhammad Ali, and I shouldn't say holes.
The next 4 hours by yourself.
I shouldn't say holes. I don't like what he did to Joe Frazier. I've never liked that.
Yeah. No, I got you there. Yeah, that I don't love that either. I am flustered as hell with this camera. Like I had to move the camera to move a wire, and I was off. I could tell it's off.
You're back now, though.
Is it better? That's because I just like moved. I'm like hubbed up against the edge of this. We need a name. We need a name for the chat. By the way, I called it Chat House last night.
I'm the street voice out west, legendary self-made progress. Last time that I checked.
And we in here, baby. Show already in progress. Welcome in to the Hump Day edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. It was almost a solo show.
Almost. You almost got me to walk out right before the show. Almost. Yeah, I'm going to give you a chance to explain yourself, but not till the first commercial break over there on Twitch. If you're not familiar, we're on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel as well. And the show doesn't stop during the commercial breaks. The show continues on, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. You are the show. We are the People's Station here at ESPN 1320, and you can express your frustration with us, and I'm sure many of you have got some frustration to share as the Sacramento Kings lose their 8th straight game last night. This one's a little bit more difficult. They lose to the Brooklyn Nets last night, 127-118. We kind of knew they weren't going to beat the Brooklyn Nets, and I don't know what's more frustrating, KC, like, is it frustrating? Like, because again, similar to the last game, similar but different. They were in a position, they were in a decent position the last time they played Brooklyn. It was a 2-point game, and then that 20-point run happened, and it was a little bit different in this game. But they did have what was it, like 96, 95 lead or something along those lines? Like they had a lead, a 1-point lead late in the game.
They led for like 17 seconds. 96, 95.
It's better than nothing. Like, it's better than not leading at all. But I mean, and that was a game. It felt like that first quarter was just a debacle. That was as my partner would say, that's embarrassing. That was an embarrassing first quarter, and yeah, that was awful. Like, I think they gave up 1 million points. I think Brooklyn has scored. Oh, you know what? Scratch this. Start the whole show over. Hit the theme music. Let's run everything back.
At about noon.
Yo, I told you what Bruce Brown was going to do. The second you said his name, Bruce Brown? Bruce Brown? What did I say? I said, well, it's career night for Bruce Brown because Kenny Caraway slandered him.
Well, number one, you called it. Number two, I didn't slander Bruce Brown. I said he was the power forward, and they should have their way on the offensive end on Bruce Brown. I didn't say anything about what he was going to do offensively. Now, I didn't expect 29 points on 11 of 13.
Dude, that is crazy. Man, that is crazy. He was 11 of 13. Like Bruce Brown, not even Bruce Bowen, Bruce Brown. No resistance at all whatsoever.
None.
But I guess that was the case.
That was a good call, though, partner. That was a good call.
That was shameful on your part. You should know better. What are you doing? What are you doing?
You saying I pulled a Marshall?
You did no. I'm saying you pulled a Kenny Caraway. You did this with the Arizona Cardinals during the football season.
Well, what did I do? What did I do? They didn't make the playoffs.
Week 1, everybody talking about the Cardinals. Everybody talking about the Cardinals like they're the second coming. It doesn't matter if they made the playoffs. It matters that you slandered them. And then week 1, they come out and slap the 49ers. Bruce Brown? Get that. We got it, Jesse. Get that sound. I don't know when it happened. Just go through the whole 4-hour show yesterday and find that sound of Kenny going, Bruce Brown? 11 of 13.
Right, man.
And he cooked, man.
He cooked. He was hitting jump shots. He was hitting threes, shimmying, doing the Harlem shake on the bench. Come on, man.
Bruce Brown had the same amount of points as James Harden did. This is the world we live in as Sacramento Kings fans. Bruce Brown has the same offensive output as James Harden.
You know, the funny thing about that is I was thinking about, Bruce Brown having a career night, 29 points or whatever. And there is a strategy where it's like, all right, Kyrie and Harden ain't beating us again. If Bruce Brown want to make a career high, then I'm going to just tip my hat. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you go in saying, right? Like, they were trapping on the pick and rolls and all this other stuff. And they're like, nah, Harden is not going to dominate it. He's not going for 40. Kyrie not going for 40. If Bruce Brown, if Iman Shumpert, if Joe Harris, they want to have a career night, we just going to tip our hat. Mm-hmm. Well, the career night happened. It happened. I don't know how Bruce Brown had 29 points, but it happened. 11 to 13.
Do want to let you know that the second half of the NBA regular season schedule has been released. And when I say it has been released, I mean minutes ago. It was released. So we're going to get through the open of this show. We'll probably go through the first hour or so. It's going to take us some time to dig into it. I have the national television schedule in front of me, at least as it pertains to TNT. I do not see the Sacramento Kings playing on TNT in the second half of the season.
You don't say.
That ain't there. So we'll bring you the highlights and the lowlights if that's a thing as it pertains to the schedule release and as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings here today. Do want to mention our guy Bryant West is going to join us as well. Of course, he is with the Kings Hearld. He wrote a fantastic column about the improvement of Tyrese Halliburton. And I guess, again, we do our best here. And it's easy to do when you're on an 8-game losing streak is to make things, overly negative when it comes to talking about the Sacramento Kings. But there were some positives in last night's game. One, everybody was back. Harrison Barnes played 36 minutes last night. There was no easing him into the lineup. He just got back at it. It was the first time that everyone He did. He played really well. And as a matter of fact, a couple of guys played pretty well. The segue there that I was trying to make was with Tyrese Halliburton. But, Tyrese played well. Harrison Barnes played well. De'Aaron Fox played well. Richaun Holmes played really, really well. And this is the first time that the Kings have had their full complement of players in, I think, the last 7 games.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be moral victory guy or nothing like that.
No.
I mean, they lost the game. But at the same time, they played well. They were in the game, and they lost.
Yeah,
they lost. They lost. That's what's going to happen. Like, but I'm looking at this where this was just an NBA loss. It wasn't an embarrassment. It wasn't a lack of a roster or talent or anything like that. It was just you played a team that's scorching hot right now, that's shooting the ball lights out. A guy had a career night. Another guy that's going to the Hall of Fame had a Hall of Fame triple-double. You lost. You lost the game. There's no indictment on the players. There's no indictment. For me, there's no indictment on the players, no indictment on the coach, whatever. They played, they lost. That's what happened last night. Now it's hard to just have that kind of outlook when that's followed by or preceded by 7 straight losses, right?
That's the problem.
I get that.
Right.
I understand that.
Right.
But if you look at that game as just a game, they just lost the game.
Well, see, and that's again the frustrating thing here is you can't. We asked yesterday, like, give us, or I did. I don't want to put this on you. I asked, like, give us some semblance of something that you can carry over into the Knicks game and the Pistons game. And I think we got that. Now I don't know how much. I don't know if I don't know what Luke Walton is going to do on a night-to-night basis. We saw 8 players play yesterday. And you know who we didn't see? We didn't see Hassan Whiteside. He got a straight DNP CD. A guy who had 26 and 16 the last time these two teams played. He had a DNP CD. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Nemanja Bjelica, no real shocker there. Daquan Jeffries only played 14 minutes, and that's because Tyrese played damn near 40. But I am, to everybody who listens on a daily basis, I hope you understand how much we appreciate you, because there is no way I can go a day without saying, stop playing Buddy Hield so freaking much. Like, what did Buddy Hield play 36 minutes for last night?
I have no idea. No clue. And there was the moment, the biggest moment of the game to me. De'Aaron Fox hits a step back 3, cuts the lead, 110, 109, 7. What I got on the notes here, I think there was 7:07 left in the game. Nets call a timeout, making a move, Kings making a move, whatever the case may be. For whatever reason, out of that timeout, Luke Walton goes with Buddy Hield. I don't know why. I'm not exactly sure why he goes with Buddy Hield. Nets immediately go on a 6-0 run. That 6-0 run turns eventually, by the time they get to the 3-minute mark, that turns into a 14-1 run by the Brooklyn Nets after the Kings had just cut it to 1 point. I'm not putting this all on Buddy. I'm not saying it's all his fault, but I do not know why he came back into the game at that point.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
No, I'm with you.
And he didn't, I'm not going to put it all on him, but I'm also saying he didn't do nothing positive. He wasn't contributing out there.
He's invisible. See, that's the problem. Like, that's my frustration. He's a starting 2 guard in this league. This is my frustration with Buddy, and it dates back to last week or earlier this week when Tim Maxwell put those numbers out about Buddy Hield in losses versus Buddy Hield in wins. He is completely inconsequential to the team's success or failure. To me, that's an issue with a starter. That's an issue with the guy. I mean, you could take, we could take the dollar figure completely out of it. This is a guy who is in your starting lineup and seems to be completely inconsequential to your success or failures. Meanwhile, you've got a rookie who you've got to play 40 minutes to be, like he played 40 minutes because he being on the floor gives you the best chance of winning.
Yeah.
You've got it. Not only, Casey, I'm sorry to cut you off. Not only do you need to bench Buddy Hield, you need to reduce Buddy Hield's minutes drastically.
100%. I mean, he did the thing that he's done all year this year where I think it was in the third quarter. He hit 2 threes and Mark, I love my guy, Mark Jones, love my guy, Doug Christie. Oh, all right. Getting heated up. And they don't do nothing. And then they force another shot towards him because he's hit 2 in a row. He bricks that one.
Because they know he's going to take it.
Yeah, he basically bricks the rest of the shots he takes for the game. It's the same pattern. Right now, I don't want to say he's unplayable. There are moments when he does some playmaking stuff. We're on a pick and roll, get a nice little pocket pass to Richaun Holmes or whatever, but that's few and far between. I know specifically last night at that 7-minute mark, I did not want to see Buddy Hield. If you wanted to get Corey Joseph out of the game at that particular time because he had played a long time in a row, go with Daquan Jeffries.
Right, exactly.
Go with Daquan. I don't know what the issue because as soon as Buddy came in, James Harden's eyes lit up. He was looking to get that switch every opportunity he could, and it was blindfolding a cigarette with Buddy Hield trying to guard James Harden.
It's a blindfold and a cigarette every time Buddy Hield's trying to guard anybody.
Blindfolding a cigarette when he's trying to take a shot.
Well, that's that too. There's that too. It's problematic, man. And we had our guy Willsey do some research on starting because you've started this earlier this week. Buddy might be the worst 2 guard in the league. Well, we actually have numbers there regarding your hypothesis, and we'll present that. There's a lot more King stuff, but we've got to talk about, including De'Aaron Fox in the All-Star game. No, De'Aaron Fox is not a snub. As a matter of fact, I'd take it a step further and say there isn't a single snub in the entire league.
Well,
we will debate that a little. Oh, we won't debate that. That's for First Take. We will talk about that a little bit. And there's trade rumors coming out of Dallas. No, not Dak Prescott. The Dallas basketball team. We'll talk about that. We're just getting started. We're with you till 4 o'clock. Bryant West of the King's Hearld coming up at 2:30. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right, now let me explain why Muhammad Ali is overrated. No, I'm messing with you. I'm playing.
All right.
No, but I had such a big problem with how he treated Joe Frazier.
I didn't like that either. There's a great book about that. It's one of the few books, and I cannot Ghost of Manila, maybe. Mm-hmm. It's one of the very, very few books that doesn't paint Muhammad Ali in like the nicest light.
Because I really and I think what Muhammad meant and what he stood for and how he made people feel is probably more important than maybe a book like what you're talking about talks about. Because but what I'm saying is, what I mean is, it specifically is based around Joe Frazier. Mm. The book is specifically based around the relationship between Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali, in which it really outlines how upset Joe Frazier was about that entire thing. Like that like Muhammad Ali called, like, didn't he call him an Uncle Tom? Yeah.
Like all of those
called
things,
him a
like
gorilla and an Uncle Tom.
Like that hurt him. Like that messed him up a lot. And those two had like they were. We were talking about beef yesterday. They weren't good for a really long time because of that.
Muhammad tried to play it off and say, "Oh man, I was building up the fight. Joe knows I love him or whatever." And Joe later in his life kind of he just kind of brushed it off a little bit. He didn't have the hatred, but a lot of people around him said he never forgave him from that. I was watching one of the documentaries and they were talking to Joe Frazier's son. And that's kind of what really bothered me, is he talked about how he would go to school and the kids would be like, "Man, your dad's an Uncle Tom." And he would get in fights and all this other stuff. And it's like, man, come on. Like to say, if you want to call him ugly and call him a gorilla, I don't know if you should be doing that, but that's one thing. But Uncle Tom to this day,
that ain't it.
For somebody that's not that, for somebody that when you were struggling, if my facts are straight, when you were struggling, he was there for you. Yep. You couldn't get a fight, you didn't have no money. I got you, champ. I got you. And to put that just never sat right with me. Muhammad did some really good things, but there's things about Muhammad that
I hear you. Yeah. I mean, ain't gonna be no Muhammad Ali slander here, but I hear you. I'm not saying I don't understand.
Nah, man.
Nah, there's definitely, like, the more books you read about him, the more it's like,
yeah. Ali Boombaye.
Mm-hmm. And every movie covers the same damn time period. That's the one thing that drives me nuts. And I did this thing. So I don't know if I told you, but I did this thing where I basically took every big boxing fight since 1960. So I told you about that. Yeah. And Muhammad didn't. Now, granted, I think he had already gone to jail. I think he'd already been suspended. So he didn't go to jail, but I got you. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So that took a lot. That was like 3 years. That took a lot away from what he was. He was never the same after that. But that second Muhammad Ali, I wasn't that impressed.
Yeah, no, it's different.
I still have him as the third greatest fighter of all time. All right, it's not like he's some bum, but
isn't it Floyd's birthday? Did I read that right?
Birthday,
Floyd's birthday, and he's second.
He's second
to Sugar Ray Leonard. Okay. So thankful that you are here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. By the way, I meant to do this during the commercial break, but we'll do it here on the radio. Shout out to our guy, Manny, who is as loyal and faithful like he calls damn near every day. I think on occasions he calls multiple times a day. But he sent me, a dope video of his daughter who celebrated her birthday yesterday. Ellie was celebrating her birthday yesterday. He sent a video of her watching us give her a shout out. Dude, and that hit me right in that, right here, right in the feels area, here. I was like, all right,
got a little dusty in the room.
I was like, all right, Manny, that's legit, bro. We appreciate that, man. Good stuff.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
That's the fun stuff we do over there on Twitch and YouTube. So go check us out. Follow us on YouTube, the ESPN 1320 channel. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up if you're watching right now. We appreciate you for tuning in. Do the same over there on Twitch. The second half of the NBA schedule has been released a little bit earlier than I expected. They did, it looks like, and as we've noted many times here, we don't go to commercial during the commercial. We continue the show on the live stream, and so we didn't have a ton of time to kind of go over this schedule, but we can tell you that the Kings opened the second half of the season against the Houston Rockets, a team that they have lost to twice. Of course, they lost to him in the Harden era Rockets, though Harden didn't play in one of those games, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. And John Wall got comfortable in Houston when he played the Sacramento Kings. But they're going to be opening the second half of their season against the Houston Rockets at the Golden One Center on March 11th.
One thing that stands out to me is I just take a glance at the schedule, NBA-wise, just in general, is they're going to mid-May. I thought they were going to try and finish it in April. Obviously, like you had mentioned plenty of times, virtually impossible to get all the games maybe they have to get in done by April, because I thought they wanted to be on schedule, basically. And schedule would be
as close as they can. Yeah.
Yeah. Schedule would be, because typically they end mid-April, start the playoffs, maybe the last week of April, something like that. And I thought maybe, they'd end at the end of April and start the playoffs beginning of May. Well, that's Kings game is May 16th.
And I think the play-in games are right after that. The play-in tournament is a couple of days after that.
Yeah, because if I'm just really guessing this right here, Kings game against Utah to end the regular season, May 16th. That leaves the whole week for the play-in tournament. I think that's a Sunday, by the way. So that leaves the whole week for the play-in tournament, and they start the playoffs typically on a Saturday. So that whole week, I guess they'll be doing the play-in stuff.
Okay. Interesting stuff, man. Interesting. So, yeah, we're probably looking at, let's see, April, May, June. So we're probably looking at mid-July for the season to stretch. So it's not going to be, I imagine they have definitive dates or maybe not definitive, but tentative dates for the NBA finals and playing out the, laying out the television schedule. So we're probably going to get close to normal next year. But it's still going to be if you're LeBron and whether you're the Lakers or the Clippers or the Brooklyn Nets or the Milwaukee Bucks and some combination of those teams or the Sacramento Kings, you're probably not you're not getting your full off season. And I was joking, the Kings aren't playing in July. We all know that.
We don't know that.
The Kings
and besides, Summer League is in July. What are you talking about?
But is it?
Hopefully.
But is it like it's I talk to people, I have my best friend works with government agencies, and I'm like, when what do you think, when do you think there's some semblance of normalcy? And it's varied from the summer to October to Christmas, and it's like, I don't think we're doing summer league. I know you want to go to Vegas. I know you want to do D'Lo and KC live in Las Vegas. We're probably talking. That's a tentative plan, I think, for 2022 for us to do a show from Las Vegas.
We'll be doing either a big fight or the NFL draft live from Vegas.
I'm sure Danny in San Francisco is thrilled at the idea. Oh, dude, no.
Hell yeah.
We're not
we're
doing
going to the Pro Bowl.
No,
That's going to be, that weekend going to be crazy.
I love how you have all of this planned. It is just so amusing to me how you have all of this planned. Yes, we're the only radio station live from the Pro Bowl, a game that they don't care about. You don't care about, but hey, we're here live.
Trust me, Pro Bowl is about to turn up. With them moving to Vegas, it's about to turn up. I'm telling you, that is going to be, it literally is an all-star weekend, but it's going to turn up in the NFL for the Pro Bowl, going to Vegas. But then we'll be going to LA the following week because the Niners are going to be in the Super Bowl. We're going to broadcast live from LA. So it's going to be a busy 2 weeks for us, Damien. Okay. And then we're going to be in San Francisco the following week for the parade. So that 3 weeks is going to be crazy.
All right. So let's get back.
Real quick off the calendar. I just want to give a point of reference. So if my calculations are right, season ends in May 16th. Let's just assume the following on May 22nd, the playoffs start. I think there's another week there, and Memorial Day would be May 29th. Typically, Memorial Day weekend is conference finals weekend.
Right.
So they'll be in like game 3 of round 1 on Memorial Day weekend.
What'll be interesting is like the travel days that used to be built in. Like how are they going to, because you were able to go every other day last time because of the bubble. Like you didn't have to travel. You didn't have to do that.
Right.
You can't really do that this time.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they're going to want to get as many games in as quickly as possible. The NBA, again, is in that mode of like, let's get this season over with. Yeah. Like, let's just get to the finish line. Let's crown a champion and let's keep it moving.
And they like to do things for TV. So, for instance, first day of the playoffs, LeBron plays on Saturday. They'll have game 2 on Tuesday and then game 3 on the following Saturday so they can have the prime time.
Right.
I don't think they'll be able to do all that. They'll be trying to get 4 games in a week, I think.
Yeah. It'll be something. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, and then what happens if there are more games canceled. What happens if
talk about that?
Right, exactly. Like it looked like there were some buffer days there at the end. Again, this is just at first glance, but it's not like that there weren't 10 buffer days. There was like maybe 6 or so. There were a handful. Like there's very little room to play with. So if you have a situation like you had with Memphis, if you had a situation like you had with Washington, if you have a situation where you had, I think Boston missed a bunch of games.
Boston, San Antonio still going through something, right?
So they haven't played. Jeez. Okay, so you've got that. Like there's, we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be it'll be an interesting finish to the season for sure. If you're just tuning in, the Sacramento Kings. If you're just tuning in and you had no idea, we are the newspaper of presenting news here. Is the I just said that as if there's somebody listening that doesn't know the Kings lost last night to the Brooklyn Nets. Jesus Christ, Jackson, what are you doing here?
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Thanks, Doc. Luke was asked last night. It's so good. Luke was asked last night, and God bless James Ham, man. I love him for this. It's like, hey, with the way Tyrese is playing and the way Buddy is playing, what are you thinking here with this lineup?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the move, but like I've said, we're looking at everything. James, the tough part is like, this is the same group that had won 7 out of 9. Like we haven't had that group yet. So to all of a sudden start making those type of changes without getting that group back. I mean, that group tonight, even though there was some minutes restrictions and guys looked a little rusty at time, like we were in Brooklyn with a 1-point lead at one point in the fourth quarter there. So like I know we've lost 8 in a row and we have to get off this. But I'd like to see a little bit more. We were having some really good success with how that team was playing before. So I'd like to get a little more a sample size before making any major moves like that.
So what I'm saying, James, is I'm changing nothing, and I'm going to ride Buddy Heald till I die.
So,
because we're not talking about massive lineup changes. We're not talking about massive lineup changes. We're talking about changing one player. We're asking him to shuffle the whole roster. One ineffective player.
Let me ask you a question, Damian. Let me ask the people a question. And I'm not putting you in this category, but I know that it is very fashionable to hate everything Luke Waltons says right now. Is what he said fair? When they had the starters, they were playing really well. Buddy ain't doing too much different than what he did when they were winning.
That part, though,
but they were winning.
I'm fine. If
he said, give it a couple of games. He wants to give it a couple of games. Is that fair, Damian? And I want him out of the starting lineup too. I said DeQuan Jeffries. I said a guy that was a two-way guy last year. I said, put him in the starting position for him. All right, like I want the same thing, but I have to step back and I have to ask myself, Is what he's saying fair? He's just getting the starting lineup back. He wants to give them a chance to recapture what they had.
Here's your answer. It's not unfair. It's a push. It's a push. Like my issue isn't, it's not a ceremonial change. It's like, let's look at this in its totality. Hey, you know what? Luke is right. Luke is right. The last time the lineup was out there, they had that fight against Philadelphia. They had won 7 of 9. Hey, like, no problem. That was the last time that everybody was fully available for him. We've seen De'Aaron, Marvin, Harrison, Richaun Holmes, Glenn Robinson is nowhere to be found. We've seen guys in and out of the lineup. All right, no problem. We get it. We want to get back to that. Give it a few games. Let these guys knock off a little bit of rust. The problem is, Buddy wasn't one of the guys out. And when Harrison was gone, or Richaun was gone, or Marvin was gone, or where De'Aaron was gone, guess what Buddy did? Guess. Just guess. One guess.
Not a damn thing.
He ain't do nothing. Nothing. And you know what he was doing when Richaun was around, and Harrison was around, and Marvin was around, and Glenn Robinson was around, and all of these guys were around, and they were winning 7 of 9. You know what he was doing?
Not a damn thing.
Nothing. He wasn't doing anything, man. That's my problem. Like, Luke is looking at this like, well, we just lost to the Brooklyn Nets. Like, oh, well, we just lost, 8 games in a row. But gosh darn it, we've been injured, and now we're back at it. No, Luke, look at your season in its totality. Buddy has been ineffective when you win. He has been ineffective when you lose. Do something about it. You have the ability to do something about it. You have a guy coming off your bench who Kings fans are actually having a discussion about, like, hey, you know what? Maybe this kid is going to wind up being the best player on the Sacramento Kings next year or the year after. Maybe he is going to supplement De'Aaron Fox as the guy on this roster. But no, I don't think that's out of line. I don't think that's even remotely close to out of line. And we'll save that conversation for later.
Let's relax.
But Buddy is inconsequential in wins or losses, regardless of who is playing. So Luke's answer doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the problem.
So I hear what you're saying. Can I also be...
It cracks me up when I get all worked up like this, because it doesn't happen. Actually, it does. It happens all the freaking time, especially when I'm talking about this coach. And how you just play like the cool, calm, like therapist, where you're like, well... Damien, that's fine, but let's discuss this further.
Yeah, just lay on this couch real quick. Lay on this couch. I'm also going to be a little strategic here. I'm also going to be a little cerebral here if I'm Luke Walton and I'm looking at this situation. If I make the change yesterday, which you didn't, you're probably still going to lose. So it'll be like, well, that didn't work. You're getting rid of a bullet in the holster. I think they can beat the Knicks. But the Knicks are a good team. Mm-hmm. Say you make it the next game and you lose. Oh, I don't have anything to go to anymore. We just lost 2 straight. Well, 9 straight. That's 10
straight.
Yeah, 10.
If you lose to Detroit and New York, that's 10, right?
I just said the Knicks. So you lose to the Knicks, that's 9.
Oh, you didn't get to Detroit yet. Okay.
You get to Detroit and you say, you know what? I think I'm going to change the lineup before this game here against Detroit. You probably were. Understand what I'm saying here. I'm not saying the Kings are heads and shoulders above anybody. But if I had to bet, I'd bet $5 on the Kings beating the Pistons. I would. Okay?
The last time you bet, you lost a double pump white chocolate mocha. Or you had to buy Deuce a black coffee or whatever that was.
Yeah, that's straight dirt. That's what I had to buy Deuce. I had to buy him dirt. But I'm just saying, if you couple the lineup change with the right game, you can pawn that off as okay, we made the change. Now we're turning this thing around. Do you follow me? Like, if you make the lineup change against the Nets or the Knicks, you're probably still going to lose. So you can't say, well, the lineup change made us better.
First of all, no, that is as ridiculous as what Luke Walton said. And second, you think way too damn highly of the Knicks. You're writing the Kings off against the New York Knicks already?
I'm not writing them off. I'm just saying you might lose that game. Right now, the Knicks are playing better basketball.
No, that's real talk. In fact, the only team playing worse than the Sacramento Kings right now are the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Oh, hell, they won.
Well, God bless it. There you have it.
Last night.
You want to update our give me the powerless rankings music and let's update them right now. The official theme music of the Sacramento Kings.
And now I can't move the Kings there because the Cavs are coming off a 10-game losing streak.
Yeah.
All right, Rockets lost last night too. They're at 8. Or no,
I was going to say they got to be at 9, right? Because aren't they
They're at 9. They're at 9.
Man, losing streaks.
There's some losing streaks in this league, boy.
It ain't no lie, man. It ain't no lie. Let's get to Manny here. 916-349-1320. If you want to jump in on the conversation, we'd love to hear from you. Manny, what's good, baby?
Man, coincidentally, that's the same music I hear every time I see Buddy coming down.
Damn.
Oh, man.
He said, there goes Buddy Hill.
Can we get over? Okay, first person to take a Mark Jones call and play it with the What's Happening theme, you get a prize. That is good stuff.
That's his opening day. Like, that's what they play when they name stage.
Oh, my gosh.
Look, the Buddy era is over. It hasn't worked. It's not going to work.
I'm sorry, Manny, I'm so sorry. Was there a Buddy era that I missed?
Well, I'm sorry. The Buddy 3-second era, you know.
I gotcha. It was right after he won the 3-point contest.
I'm not even hot like who you put there, like whether it's Richaun or whether it's Tyrese. Like, I'm okay with Tyrese still coming off the bench, but within a defensive presence there. But it can't, like you said, in wins and losses, they're getting the same thing from him. And maybe once in a while you get a good game, but that's few and far between. Like, he's not, his stock isn't going to go up.
It's over. It's over. The jig is up. The jig is up.
Y'all are funny with that.
You got to go.
Okay. Thanks, Manny. We appreciate you, man. And thanks again for that video, man. That was good stuff. 916-349-1320 if you want to get on these phone lines and express any of your frustrations. We got you back, man. We had our guy, Will Z. Sorry, go ahead, partner.
No, I was just gonna agree with Manny and agree with you.
The Buddy era.
The Buddy era has come to an end. It's come to an end. And at this point, I mean, I don't know what you could trade for him. A lot of people are like, you don't want to sell low. What's what they were trying to tell me about a week ago? You don't want to sell low on an elite shooter like Buddy. But please, give me whatever at this point. It could be a straight salary dump. Give me cash considerations.
So I'll tweet this out for everybody as soon as we have a moment. But our man Will Z, the D-Lo and KC statistician, pulled up the numbers on all 30 starting two guards in the National Basketball Association.
This won't be pretty. This will not be pretty.
Buddy Hield has the worst field goal percentage of any starting two guard in the entire league.
Come on, man.
37.2%. The closest.
I'm just about to ask this. I know I bet it's a wide gap.
It's not terribly wide, but there is something very noticeable here. Derek White. And I'll throw this question at you.
Wait a minute.
What team is Derek White?
I'm about to say, give me a second here.
Two guard for?
I should know this because I just looked at this stuff the other day. I'm going to guess he is with Indiana.
San Antonio.
Oh, damn.
39.5%.
He's the starting two guard?
39.5% is his shooting percentage, is the shooting percentage of Derek White. So it's a 2% difference. Those are the only two who are below 40%. No one else in the league.
And Derek White, I know you said you don't want to talk about, well, you didn't say you don't want to talk about it, but you try to take it out of it. But Derek White ain't making $24 million a year.
I have those numbers as well, but we'll get to those in just a minute. There are three two guards in the league that shoot a worse 3-point percentage than Buddy Hield does.
I want to try this.
Okay. I'll give you Derek White because that was kind of an obvious one, but go ahead. He's one of them. He's shooting 34.1%. Buddy Hield is shooting 36.4%. There in Derek White is worse than him. There's two others.
KCP
is not even close to one of them. KCP is shooting 42% from three.
He's like Joe Harris after what we're seeing right out here.
You actually might be surprised at one of these.
Go ahead and give it to me.
Victor Oladipo is shooting 32.9% from three.
Wow.
And another one that's
nasty.
That's really this is really surprising. It puts the season in a little bit of a different context. Bradley Beal is shooting 33.2% from three.
I hate stats.
Yeah, right? Right, for real.
Wow.
That's something, ain't it? The worst shooting guard in the league.
And doesn't he? And he leads the league in scoring, doesn't he?
Oh, Bradley Beal does, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bradley Beal does.
Wow. Well,
there you have it.
I mean, the answer to this is if Buddy leads the league in scoring, then all is forgiven with the shooting percentage.
Will sent me the contracts, I think, of every single player in the entire league. You know who the lowest paid player in the entire league is? Wow.
It's on Whiteside.
No, it's Metu.
What's he making?
Player.
What's he making?
I don't put his business out there, but he's a two-way player.
Okay, I'll ask Will.
It's 50,000. There's got to be. He deserves a massive. Like, imagine that. Now, I don't know how. Now, this could be the reported numbers, and it could like adjust a little bit, based on how many games you play in the league and those types of different things.
Right.
But imagine, like, you're the league, and you're looking at, Valanciunas just threw a $50,000. Like the insurance to rehab, Metu is going to cost more than he makes.
Right. That's crazy.
I'm never going to let that go, dude.
As you shouldn't.
I'm never going to let that go. I'm repping for Metu so hard because of that nonsense.
Oh, man.
So hard for that. So I say all that, and Will did all of that work for us to point out, when we say that Buddy Hield is the worst two guard in the league, we're not talking out of our ass here.
No, man. He is. He is.
We're starting two guard. Starting two guard.
We're starting two guard in the game right now. And I'm of the belief that I don't think you can make a trade for Buddy Hield. I don't think there's a market for him.
Oh,
I really don't. Not with the money he's making.
No, I hear you, but I also think there's a coach, an organization that goes, that's Sacramento though. Let's get him here. Let's get him in our system. Let him get him to do things our way. The problem is, I don't know who that is.
I don't know who it is, and I don't know when they'll get to that point, because this is if I'm reading correctly, when I went through his contract, this is the first year of the contract. He's got another
There's a
3
whole
years.
lot left. Yeah.
So somebody, if he had a year left or even 2 years left, they might be like, Sacramento, we'll fix that. Mm-hmm. I don't know if anybody doing it with 3 more years, let alone if you want to trade him this year. That ain't happening.
It's that old Gorilla Monsoon line from WrestleMania 3, Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant. It's the irresistible force meets the immovable object. The problem is Buddy's contract is both the irresistible force and the immovable object, and you just stare at it like, he should, Vlade should have to pay it. That should be the rule. When a general manager signs a deal and then they get fired for that deal, or at least in part because of that deal, the general manager should have to pay for it.
Can we bring the amnesty back?
Oh my gosh. The greatest thing that has ever existed in the history of the National Basketball Association. Yes, I vote for that. Is the stretch provision still a thing, or is that gone?
I think it is, because Luol Deng is on the stretch provision, I think.
Luol Deng still getting paid.
Yeah.
Still getting paid handsomely.
I forgot how I heard about this. I think it might have been a Bill Simmons special, but
oh dear,
he talked about how they might. He was just throwing things out about how free agency was going to go, the cap, and all this other stuff. And one of the suggestions was to make up for it and to get the cap back on the way it's supposed to be is one team can have an amnesty. And boy, I hope he's right for that in this situation. They need that bad.
Oh, I'm with it. I'm absolutely with
One
it.
time,
That
not
hands
moving
down.
forward.
Yeah.
Just one time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, every general manager, every newly hired general manager should get it.
Sounds fair.
That's legit, and then you just have to work. I feel like in Monty McNair's case, it would be easy. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings. We'll talk All Stars. We'll talk All Star snubs. We'll do that. And Kings fans, might I interest you in a unicorn?
Huh?
That's all coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, on radio.com, and of course here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's real talk, Ramsey. I'm legit trying to ingrain ESPN 1320 into everybody's head. I'm saying that those call letters and numbers so many damn times.
Yeah, that's how you got to do it. Eric,
it's like,
did you ever funny for this one?
Did you ever see?
You can't live in Midtown. Poor Metu is he's in Oak Park. He's on Meadowview.
Yeah, man. He's on the 99 side. he's on the 99 side.
That boy over there he buys Sam's Club out here in Southside.
Man.
He buys Sam's Club. Man, that really sounds like a verbal version of me doing the Triple H wave off.
Let me text Bryant, see if he wants to do video. Oh man,
Eric,
Murph is wild.
What Murph talking about?
Murph is a one-man wrecking crew on that front.
Oh man! Oh damn!
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, they got him in Highlands now.
Get Metu out of there! Don't let our man Metu be there. No way.
It's up for mackerel. I'm telling you, he lives over by Sam's Club on 99.
Oh man,
Sam's Club and Methodist in that Target, and he lives over there. But he lives on the other side. He lives on the side, not the consuming side, the other side.
Oh dear.
Office Depot, the old Costco. See, these are Southside landmarks that you're not familiar with, Damien. You don't know about this Southside, baby.
Okay.
Metu in Little Russia. Where's Little Russia?
Is that a thing?
I've never heard of it. Roddy, explain yourself. I don't know where that's at.
Explain yourself, if you will.
Oh my gosh.
Yo.
Rancho, Cambodia. I don't know where that's at.
That sounds like a made-up name.
Easy, South Sac. Stand up, baby. We out here, baby.
Okay.
What's Rancho?
No, Rancho Cordova. There it is, Ramsey. Come on, man. What is wrong with y'all? What?
Yo, man, y'all gotta chill, man. Y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta leave Freeport alone, man. Come on, man. You gotta chill.
I quit.
Chill. Shout out to Airway. Shout out to Jack in the Box. Man, yeah, man. Shout out to the what is that? It's a municipal airport over there, I think.
Municipal airport. I am crying right now.
Little Russia is an antelope. That's probably explains why I've never heard of Little Russia. Huh.
I've never heard of it either. I didn't know. Yeah, it's news to me.
Who knew we had a Little Russia?
Oh man.
He did that for me.
I am crying. 4 for 4. I need a break after that commercial break. I got tears in my eyes.
Yo, hey man, y'all gotta chill with the Freeport slander. All my people out there on Freeport, shout out Airway, shout out Jack in the Box, shout out well, they don't have the A&W there no more, but man, chill.
A&W.
chill. It's the executive airport. I said municipal on the break.
Woo.
It's the executive airport. Shout out Freeport, man. If you see Met2, tell myself.
If you see hashtag free Met2 trending, that's our fault. Sorry about that. That's our bad. And if you see anything about Freeport trending in the Sacramento area, that's probably our bad too. So we'll just take the L on that. Bryant West will bring some intelligence to this radio show coming up at 2:30.
Good luck.
He's going to join us here on the video stream. And be careful, Bryant. This chat room will get you.
Oh yeah, you got to be on your P's and Q's.
They'll
The
get
chat
you,
room
man.
crazy, bro.
Yeah, they know what's up, man. They know what's up. So let's talk. As you know, the Kings lose last night. They're 8 straight. The All-Star reserves were announced last night. We've got Jaylen Brown, James Harden, Zach LaVine, your man's Julius Randle. I thought the video with Julius Randle's mom was pretty dope.
Oh,
played
that
at
was
the
really
arena.
cool. That was
good
really
stuff.
cool. I love it. Did you hear they were chanting MVP at the Garden?
At who?
Julius
Randle's mom? Like, I'm with that. That's hey, we know. Hey, KD taught us. Moms are the real MVP. I'm with it.
At Julius Randle, the Garden gave him MVP chance.
Oh. Okay. Well, Ben Simmons also made an all-star team, as did Jason Tatum and your boy in Orlando.
All right. Now, this may be where we have an issue. Hey,
I was queuing you up to say
Vujicic. I said Vujicic that time.
I like
Vujicic.
Vujicic.
He's an all-star. But that may be where we have an issue.
What? Vujicic?
Yeah, I mean he's a baller. He's a baller. That boy's bad. He can play. He is an all-star talent, but I don't know if he should have made it over Sabonis.
Okay. Okay. So I think there's a good battle, I guess. I mean, Sabonis has had a phenomenal season. The Western Conference side, Anthony Davis made it. He's probably not going to play. We'll get to that. And as a matter of fact, I think you can go further and say he's probably not going to play. He's not going to play. But we'll get to that in a minute. Paul George, Rudy Gobert, Dame Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, Chris Paul. Man, Chris Paul. I know he's a polarizing player. I know he's a guy some in Sacramento don't really care for it. Man, what he has done. You know, you could look at what he did with Houston, or you could look at what he did with the Hornets and all of that. But what he's done these last 2 years is pretty incredible. I mean, it's what he did with that young Oklahoma City team, what he's doing with this Phoenix Suns team really just speaks to the extraordinary player that he is on the court. And whether you appreciate his leadership style or not, he appears to be able to get the most out of the young guys that he's working with.
I love Chris Paul.
Same.
Paul. He's one of the great players that I've ever seen. And even more so than that, I feel like Chris Paul is one of those guys that absolutely got the most of everything that he had inside of him to be a basketball player. He's not this unbelievable athlete. He's not, this freak athlete size-wise, muscular build or anything like that, quickness, but he understood he dedicated himself to the game, and he's proven that he's one of the greats to ever play the game.
Yeah.
I love Chris Paul.
The one player we didn't name yet, I probably should have saved Chris Paul for last since we spent so much time praising him, but Zion Williamson made it.
Okay. Borderline snub right there. Or borderline somebody that shouldn't have been on there. The numbers say he should be on there, but
so let's get back to the Anthony Davis part. Anthony Davis almost certainly won't play, which will probably give Devin Booker the nod. I'm good with that. So if I'm fine with Zion, And you can
It's
talk
okay.
about
It's
you can talk
okay.
about ratings and pushing narratives and all of that stuff.
That's exactly what it is.
You wouldn't be wrong, but it's not like Zion's a scrub and he's being,
No.
forced into this all-star. It's not like he was Roman Reigns 4 years ago when no one wanted to watch him and Vince McMahon kept putting him in the main event at WrestleMania. That's not what Zion is. Like, he's producing. Like, he's a solid. He's more than a solid basketball player. Like, he's good. Now, it's taken a while for it to translate to W's for the New Orleans Pelicans, but I'm not gonna sit all of that on his shoulders with the way that he's playing.
He's playing really good. He's playing some really good basketball.
There's nothing egregious in here. Even if you wanted to argue Zion, it's not like it's it's not like Alex Caruso got added to, with all due respect to one of Jason Jones' favorite players.
Well, I was about to say the new spokesman or the new leading endorser of Manscaped, Alex Caruso.
Is that real talk?
Yeah, got a commercial also circulating on Twitter this morning.
I thought Deuce and Mo were the new faces of Manscaped. If you've never heard their commercials on the night chat, they're sometimes with your friends, you just don't want to hear those conversations. Sometimes I just it's kind of like, oh, like Manscaped. Yeah, use the promo code. Good stuff here. And it's like, whoa, Deuce. Hey, we got to look at each other tomorrow, man. Knock it off. What are you doing?
Yeah, well, now you can feel that way about Alex Caruso.
I don't. We were talking about we put this clip out on social media. If you ran into Monty McNair at the grocery store, would you know? If I walk past Alex Caruso, I'm not 100% positive I'd know.
Yeah, if for the people that are on the chat, and you guys may see the video later, if Alex Caruso was dressed like me or you, or specifically me because I have a hat on, he might just be able to skate by me. Like he might be able to just skate by me unknown at all. There's actually a couple of videos like that. I think they were like at the beginning or in the middle of last year, where you'd go places in LA and nobody would know. You just start talking basketball and talking Lakers, and nobody would know who. So, yeah. But to your original point, I mean, I'm being a contrarian a little bit here. Zion is fine as an all-star. He's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then the grand conclusion here, De'Aaron Fox didn't make it. Now, I think this would have been a significantly more interesting discussion had De'Aaron not had a rough, because you remember, what's ingrained in your mind is the last thing that you saw. And the last thing that we saw was not the incredible, 24 points a game, all of the 47% shooting, all of that stuff that De'Aaron was doing through the first 24 games of the season. It's the significant struggles with a depleted roster following him missing the Orlando game. So it does have a bit of a different feel. It really, really would have been interesting to see what would have happened had he continued that stretch of play through the final 5-6 games. If I think the losses, even though they're not supposed to, I think the losses probably would have weighed into it. So if maybe the Kings could have cut this losing streak in half, even if you only win one, but it just cuts this 8-game losing streak in half so it doesn't quite look as bad, I think it would have been interesting to see what would have happened with perhaps. I can't imagine that the coaches don't put Zion in that situation, given that they probably see him a lot more. But it also would have been interesting to see what happens in terms of, De'Aaron versus Devin Booker in the likely replacement for Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
And it's just an assumption on my part that player is going to be Devin Booker, by the way.
Yeah, and it should be. I think it should be Devin Booker. And I you probably feel the same way I do about this. I mean, I think the wins and losses should matter to a certain degree. You know what I mean? Like if De'Aaron kept playing the same way that he was playing and they were still 12-19 on an 8-game losing streak, I wouldn't expect De'Aaron Fox to be an all-star. I wouldn't look for him to be an all-star. I think it's part of the equation. It's not everything, but it's part of the equation. And he didn't even have to have him at 19-12. If they were a game below or above 500 and he was still playing the same way, I think that would have been interesting and put pressure on some people to put him on that all-star roster. But combine the fact that he got hurt, his play dipped a little bit, and the team just fell off a cliff. Nah, he's not snubbed. He didn't have a shot with all those things going on.
And that's the thing with all-star snubs. Like you can call them a snub. You can be unhappy about it. You could do all of that stuff. You just have to, the rule is if you're going to put someone on, you've got to take someone off.
Mm-hmm.
And who on that list are you claiming isn't an all-star? And I just don't think that person, there's no egregious coaches. You can look at these and go, all right, these are players that you see a lot. And now you're seeing like Christian Wood, for example. I saw a couple. Christian Wood tweeted last night like casuals. That's what he wrote. And I think you could take that I think you could take that as casual fans watching basketball or casual media members or casual coaches, like casual viewers, like his game isn't appreciated. Someone else tweeted something and I can't remember who, but it was
LeBron tweeted about Booker and so did Draymond, I think. You think about that?
Someone tweeted something about, something, this is all fake, or I'm beginning to think that this is all fake. I don't feel like it was one of those guys. I feel like it was a potential borderline all-star. And I don't remember who it was, so my sincerest apologies for not taking notes. That's bad form on my part. The tweet that got my attention was from a guy that you and I were talking about yesterday, Mike Conley. You know what Mike Conley tweeted? And I'm not telling people how to handle their business. I'm just going to tell you what Mike Conley tweeted. Congratulations to Rudy Gobert, and he used their Twitter handles, but congratulations to Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. Many more All-Stars to come.
Class.
That's what he tweeted. It's like, yo, this is a dude who's probably never going to make an All-Star team. This is a dude who is on the best team in basketball right now. This is a dude who was playing at, I don't want to say it's the highest level he's played at, because he's played at some, crazy. Like Mike Conley is really, really good.
Yeah.
But he's continuing to play at a really extraordinary level, especially in his role.
Yeah.
He's not going to make the All-Star team. So, I thought that response, the response to all of this stuff is always quite interesting to see across the league.
Yeah, I'm like you. I don't want to.
And I would say the same thing to LeBron, by the way. Like, okay, who you taking off? If Devin Booker's such a snub, who you taking off? Call it out. You're willing to hype up Devin Booker. Who are you gonna call out and say doesn't deserve to be there?
I'd love to see that too. And like you, I'm not telling people how to react. Specifically for that person. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Christian Wood or Mike Conley or whatever. But the way Mike Conley went about it, that's the way I would teach my son to go about it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Just have class. Your teammates also did something that was very cool as far as being elected to the all-star team. Take the time to congratulate them as opposed to trying to down somebody else for you not getting on the all-star team.
Go about things the way that Mike Conley did, not the way the kid at the Cam Newton camp did.
Oh, come on. The kid. Come on, kid.
Big Al, let's go. Hey, well, let's talk about the kid's parents, but let's go to Big Al here. Big Al, what's going on, man?
I heard you're talking. I'll be honest. I didn't try to listen to everybody. I just started thinking, who were the guards on the West? I think Fox over his body of work. Forget the team. If you say that counts, that is an all-star game. So it's the meaningfulness of a player within their team structure. And who's more valuable than Fox? Nobody. For the Kings. He's played at a very high level. Curry, of course, is going to be on there. Stoudemire is going to be on there. I think Booker, he certainly deserves to be on there. Mitchell, Murray, I don't know. There's some really good guards. So I think Fox deserves to be on there. Give Sacramento some love.
I'm just curious, what Stoudemire are you putting on the Western Conference reserves?
So name Stoudemire?
I'm assuming you were thinking Damian Lillard?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was thinking Stoudemire.
Damon Like, are we gonna go Amari? Curious here. All right.
And both of Stoudemire, both were all-stars. You know that.
That's true.
Man, and one a guard.
We'll put him right up there. We appreciate you, Big Al. Thanks, man. We'll put Stoudemire, the All-Star, right up there with Carson Edwards, the Eagles quarterback. And that's the beauty
The
about
Colts quarterback.
the Colts. See, there it is. I was going to say that's the beauty about talking on the radio. You're going to screw up so many times, and you just need the right person to catch it.
That's all you need.
That's all you
Do
need,
you remember
man. And just
Salim
have fun with
Stoudemire?
it. No, I thought you made that up.
No, what crazy? Salim Stoudemire was a baller at Arizona. Boy can play. Lefty, little guard.
Okay.
Go who? He was a bucket in college.
He was a bucket.
He was a bucket in college. I don't know if he did anything in the NBA. He probably went overseas because he wasn't the fastest guy, but he was a bucket in college.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We're thrilled that you're following us at ESPN 1320 on Twitter. And, of course, everybody listening on the radio.com app on ESPN 1320 AM. Hour number 1 in the books. 3 more to go. Bryant West of the King's Herald is going to join us at 2:30. Wrote a great article on Tyrese Halliburton and the incredible improvement he's shown just through the start of this season. So we'll talk about that with him. Let's shift gears here for a little bit. I do want to get back to the Kings, and I want to get back to the Kings very, very shortly because I told you I'm wondering how Kings fans feel about a unicorn that may be available.
Ask me.
Oh, dear. Okay. I intend to. I'll ask you here in just a few minutes. Let's give you a somewhat of an update on Tiger Woods. Tiger Woo. I like him. He appears to be, okay. I guess all things considered, I'm not going to read the descriptive nature of the surgery that he had yesterday. But it appears it was pretty bad. And it appears it was in his left leg only, his right leg only, his right leg, his ankle. Again, if you want to read the graphic description of it, you're more than welcome to. The statement that Tiger Woods' Twitter account put out there in work with his doctor said he was awake, he was responsive, and he was recovering. So, that's the good side of all of this. KC, it seems to be the latest twist in the Tiger Woods story. I had mentioned to you the other day, one of the greatest sports years I think in history was 2008. We talked about the Wimbledon final with Rafa and Roger, and obviously the Olympics with Usain Bolt and Michael Phelps and all of that was that year as well. But that was the year of the U.S. Open with Rocco and Tiger, and it was really up until the Masters a couple of years ago. Tiger's last great moment on the golf course. He had won a lot of tournaments, he just hadn't won any majors after that. And again, it was an incredible performance seeing him limp around and everything that followed that, and how his career trajectory completely changed following that major. And then you had the incident on Thanksgiving and all of the salacious stuff that followed, and then that terrible, ill-conceived press conference that he did. And I start to, there's the build-up, there's the teardown, and then there's the redemption story. There's the comeback, and he had the comeback when he's walking the 18th on the Masters, and he knows he's going to win, and there is just that phenomenal crowd behind him, and it's the first time that he's won, and I think it was 10 years. And I think, you and I joke all of the time, both on and off the air, about how young our incredible producer Jesse is, and I actually don't know. Jesse, how old are you?
24, going to be 25 at the end of the year.
So Jesse was 20. So you 13, 14 the last time Tiger won. Does Tiger, I don't, for someone that age, what significance does Tiger have in terms of golf? You know what I mean? Tiger was really, really great when when people Jesse's age were young. Mm-hmm. And so when you probably started paying attention to sports, when you're getting off of Saturday morning cartoons and you're starting to watch football and basketball, maybe you're tuning into golf a little bit, Tiger's really not a factor in all of this. Maybe you're hearing him, but you're not seeing the blood red on Sundays. You're not seeing that. And so it left me thinking with, for the first time when that DUI arrest happened, that was the first time we really had pictures and video to put to Tiger, because we didn't really have pictures and video after Thanksgiving. We had the picture of the Cadillac, but that, like, in today's world, like, that's not enough. Like, that's the newspaper version. But with this DUI arrest, it was like, oh, okay, this is sad. We had Tiger arrested. He was impaired. Like, he couldn't talk. He thought he was in California when he was in Florida. And you start adding all of these things together, and I'm just left with, man, what's Tiger going to be remembered for when this is all said and done? Which, by the way, and I hope not, it could be now. Like, and if it's not now, it could be really, really soon that this thing kind of wraps up officially for Tiger.
Yeah, I think he's going to be looked at. I think he's going to be looked at as the greatest golfer of all time. The greatest golfer of all time. And I think that's more so how he's going to be remembered. It's almost like I'm definitely not going to speak ill of the dead. I'm not trying to, but it's almost like Kobe Bryant. By the time Kobe got to that final game at Staples Center, all stuff that people said about Kobe, on and off the court for his entire career, that didn't matter. It was just, man, Kobe is one of the greatest we ever seen.
Yep.
Yeah. He's one of the greatest we ever seen. And we just appreciated him. And I think, and that was before, obviously, his untimely passing. But I think Tiger is going to be kind of the same way. He had personal transgressions and things that put him in a terrible light. And I think when he comes out of this, and I don't know if he'll ever play again, but maybe he'll do one ceremonial Masters, or he'll have some kind of public appearance, right? And when that happens, people are just going to talk about how great he was and how he was the greatest they ever saw. I know there's going to be a generation that says Jack Nicholas, not Jack Nicholson, Jack Nicholas. But I don't think
Jack Nicholson's pretty great too, by the way.
Very great. Very great. He was the best thing about the first Batman. But
this is true story.
But yeah, I think they'll just talk about how great Tiger Woods is, and that he's the greatest golfer of all time.
Yeah, it's such a, like, I'm starting to wonder. I mean, he was the most dominant figure of his time. Like, there's no, like, he was incredibly dominant. But it feels like it was, and it was for what, like 8 to 10 year period, and then it's weird when you're still around the game, like, you don't leave it, like, you're still around the game, and then you fall off, and then you just have, like, moments,
right?
And then it also brought to mind it brings back the conversation that you and I had the other day, and I think you stated this so beautifully when we were talking about Serena Williams. And, Serena leaving the podium in tears after losing to Naomi Osaka after being questioned about, what her future may hold with that 25th major victory, the record-breaking 25th major victory being so elusive for her. And when you talk about Serena, you see her influence every time you turn on women's tennis. You see it in Naomi Osaka. Hell, Naomi Osaka talked about it after she won. She was talking about, I hope one day a little girl can come up to me and say, you were my favorite player growing up. And, we see that in Sloane Stevenson as well. Sloane Stevens. You don't see that. Like, there's no question that Tiger influenced golf. Like, Nike created a whole department because of Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
And there was a massive influx of, like, weekend golfers that didn't used to be weekend golfers because of Tiger Woods. He appealed to a completely different demographic. But when you look around the leaderboards in golf, it still looks the same as before Tiger. So, really, what ultimately was his impact on the sport? If maybe it's not fair to measure his impact versus Serena's, because it feels like Serena's is far greater. But it feels like Tiger might have just been a dominant figure at just a certain time in history, and that's kind of it.
That's it. I think
But at the time, we thought he was the guy who was changing golf forever. Like, he was opening the doors for golf for people who, that door was never open before. Like, look, like, this is fun. Like, you could do this. You could show emotion. You could do all this stuff. And then ultimately, it's like, nah, not really. It's the same thing.
Nah, but see, I take a guy like myself, a young black man like myself, grew up with Tiger, and I thought Tiger was cool. You know, I didn't hang on his every moment, but on Sunday, if Tiger was in it, somebody was like, "Oh, Tiger's in it, back nine," I'd check it out. It'd be cool, like it's dope. But I was never moved to put down the basketball and pick up a golf club. You know what I'm saying? Or even as I got older. Maybe I'm almost towards that part, but I haven't embraced golf. I'm still trying to play in softball leagues.
Not with that back you have, fam. You don't want to get down on the golf course with the back that you have.
I'm good. I'm good. You know, another problem with golf is you got to wake up really early to play.
If you're going 18,
Not my job.
but
not getting up that early on Saturday.
We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation. We'd love to hear from you as well. 916-349-1320. And we'll get to the story. Kristaps Porzingis apparently on the trading block, allegedly. The Dallas Mavericks. So we'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I need 1 second because I got to go cuss somebody out. Hang on.
Oh boy. Oh. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I think this is what I can do. Yeah. Let me take that banner off so I can talk to the people. You know what? We're gonna put this back on because there we go. Yeah, let me talk to the people again, man. Let me get back into these comments. Hell yeah, I play softball, Rich. I missed a whole year. No, I'm the baddest and good softball player in the city of Sacramento, in the county of Sacramento.
Wait, what did I just walk into?
MVP.
You the guy? You that dude?
I'm that dude. I'm the Bonds. I'm the Bonds of adult softball out here. In Elk Grove, in Sacramento, you know, wherever you want to go, get me on the travel team. It's nothing. It's nothing. I'm the man. Now, the funny story is, so when I was in LA, I was playing with this softball team, and we were really like, just like.
No, I got you. I'm right here. Oh, yeah, you frozen. Man, did you run that speed test I was telling you about? See? KC is the straw that stirs the drink. You know what it is. Oh, KC's legit froze. Oh. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and move you out of there till we get you situated, because KC thinking super hard about something right now. That's what it looks like.
I hit my back down.
Nico, we got you. We got you.
Those freeze frames are crazy.
Casey
man.
looked like one of them statues outside of a museum. Like, hey, man.
I needed somebody, underdog, put that on a shirt.
Let's go.
But yeah, we went to one of these tournaments, the traveling tournaments that are like one of the Field of Dreams. I think it was in Palm Springs. Mm-hmm. And man, these boys were playing. Big Al in the building.
I wish Big Al would get on this stream. Big Al, I don't even know that Big Al know he's a legend on this stream here.
Absolutely. I got to get some new softball gear. I got to get some new cleats, probably them trouts. I don't pitch. I field. I'm a Gold Glove fielder. Please believe that. But the moral of the story, what I was saying was, they had this black team from Compton. It was girls and men and women. Boy, they was killing. They were killing. You couldn't get them out. Get out. They were killing. So anybody that wants me on their travel softball team, I was at Wackford one day watching a softball game. Guess who shows up and is playing by himself, just out there? Barnes.
I heard. I don't. I can't envision. How do you play softball by yourself? You just throwing the ball
I
up
don't
and
mean by
swinging?
himself.
Oh.
I mean, he didn't have like an entourage. He showed up like me or you would show up to a softball game. Just,
He's just
over
out there
there.
playing pickup on the baseball field. Like, how's that happen? What does that do? I heard he was a soft. Wasn't his? Isn't the charity? Well, prior wasn't the charity thing that he used to do for his mom? Wasn't that a softball? Like a
It might have
softball
been.
tournament?
I might have been. I think I was gone at that time, so I'm
okay.
not sure. But yeah,
He used to do some. I mean, he still does, but. Appreciate you for being with us here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel.
stop it, Ramsey. Stop.
Yo, chat's a cold place, man. If you want to get in and have some fun and, take part in the intelligent portions of the show, jump in here on the chat. Be careful. I mean, chat will get you.
Crazy, man.
The chat will get all of us.
The chat is crazy, bro.
Chat will get all of us, man. But we love y'all. We appreciate you for being with us. Bryant West gonna join. Oh, Bryant doesn't even know what he's walking into. He's used to those old Zoom calls that we used to do where it was just us. Yeah, Bryant, I don't know if you're listening anymore, fam. It ain't that. I know Bryant's been in the chat a number of times, so I think he knows what to expect here when he joins us coming up at 2:30. He's got a great article about Tyrese Halliburton that we put out there on the ESPN 1320 account. We hope that you'll go check that out, and he'll be with us at 2:30. So let's dive back into the Kings a little bit here, and we'll get back to the game and those different types of things. But we talked a lot about some trade rumors that have begun to circulate. I mean, it's trade season, I guess, as the trade deadline approaches about a month from now. And there were rumors that Hassan Whiteside, who got a DNP CD last night, is the object of desire for the Los Angeles Lakers, who are just looking to add a big man at this point to help alleviate some of the minutes from Anthony Davis. But there's also reports that Kristaps Porzingis is on the trading block from Dallas. Now, Mark Cuban was like, nah, that's crazy. We're not doing that. But there are also reports that Dallas called Golden State and said, hey, what do you think? Might I interest you in this tall drink of water over here? How you feeling about that? And so you told me this morning, and it always gets real when you go to the social media accounts. And apparently, Kristaps Porzingis unfollowed the Dallas Mavericks on various social media platforms.
He ain't playing now. He ain't playing.
Maybe there ain't nothing more serious than that unfollow button.
No, that's serious business.
So I'll ask you, you're a Kings fan. Do you have any interest in Kristaps Porzingis? And when I say you, I mean Kenny, and I mean everybody listening. Do you have any interest in Kristaps Porzingis?
Well, I was a big Zinger fan when he was with the Knicks. That was my guy. You know what I'm saying? The unicorn. So I saw him a lot then. Special talent. Special talent. But he's just too tall. He's too tall. The body's not going to hold up. And that's not
a
an
new
investment.
one.
That's not an investment I'm willing to make.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. Why aren't you interested in this player? He's too tall.
The body. You get past 7. You get past 7'1", it gets sketchy. Think about it.
I actually believe there is some. I actually believe there is some validity to that. I don't know that I would frame it as he's too tall.
Well, that's part of the reason. It's 7'4", his body's breaking down, and I think he's on the downside of his career. And
which is weird because it felt like it's weird. It felt like he never hit the upside of his career.
Yeah, he could never stay healthy. You're right.
Like he's been that constant. Well, he's got potential, or we believe he's one of the most surreal experiences I've ever had at a Kings game. Is I was standing out at midcourt with some other members of the media. It was Dirk's last game in Sacramento, and it was the year Porzingis was on Dallas, but he wasn't playing. And Luka was here. So it was Luka all out on the floor at the same time. So Kristaps wasn't playing, but he was going through a workout.
Yeah.
And there was a brief moment where Dirk was out there, Luka was out there, and Kristaps Porzingis was going through a workout. And eventually Dirk kind of made his way off. He was talking to different people, and Luka finished up, and it was just Porzingis and a coach. And you started to notice kind of this area get full, and they were just watching Porzingis work out. And I hear someone next to me go, "Man, that is just unfair." And I look, and it's Dave Yeager. Dave Yeager standing next to me going, "Man, that's just not fair. Like, you shouldn't be able to be that size and shoot like that."
Yeah.
And I thought about that moment so often the next year, because you've got this situation where Kristaps is coming back from this injury. You got Luka, who was phenomenal his rookie year. Even if he's equally as good, not even better, which he was, but even if he's equally as good as he was his rookie season, man, you've got something special there. And I feel like we're still waiting. We're still waiting for that full picture of Kristaps to be really, really special. And it just hasn't. I mean, I think he's good. Like, he's had moments. I just don't think
cool.
he's not that guy that we thought he was when he was drafted, which isn't his fault, by the way. That's our fault. That's our fault.
Well, I wouldn't even go that far. I mean, I think the injuries have have diminished him. I mean, the skill, he really was a unicorn. Like I said, I would watch these games, and the things that he was able to do, unbelievably skilled to be at that size. But once again, being too tall, the injuries mounted up, and they've taken a toll on his body. And Porzingis is what, 6 years in the league, 7 years? He's not even like super old. Body's just broken down.
Well, he's playing his 5th year.
And
he's been in the league.
Years?
I think that would be 7, because I think he's missed 2.
Yeah, that's
right?
crazy. Yeah.
2015-16 was his first year.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's exactly what I mean when I say too tall. Like, he's in his 7th year and he's virtually done. Like,
oh man.
Virtually
wow.
done. And then when I say done, I mean done in the sense of what we think of Kristaps Porzingis being a unicorn, being this centerpiece of friend. He's not that no more. He's like already in the Grant Hill phase of his career. Grant Hill was in Phoenix. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
Remember when Grant Hill was in Phoenix, and he was just, it was great that he was playing, and he was just a piece. He was no longer like one of the great players in the game. That's where Porzingis is 7 years into the league, into his career.
But he's averaging 20 and 8 this year.
That's pretty
Would you
good.
have guessed that? I would not have guessed that.
No, that's almost up there with like the stats you gave me for Tom Brady. I wouldn't have guessed that.
But the problem to go more aligned, because I don't want to present this in a foul way, to go more along the line with what you're saying, he's only played 17 games.
Yeah,
this year. That's the issue. When you look back, 72 games his rookie year, 66 games his second year in New York, 48 games, 57 games after that, and now 17 so far this season.
So I hope Porzingis stays healthy. I like him, even though I don't like the Mavericks. I like Kristaps Porzingis. I think he could play, a special talent, but I just don't trust his body to hold up over the duration of that contract that he signed.
Can I switch gears, but not? Can I just tie something into this subject? Because I find this interesting.
Let's do that.
I find your take on Kristaps Porzingis interesting.
Okay.
Because couldn't you say the exact same thing about your man's under center for the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah, and I do say the same thing about him.
But you're willing to get rid of Kristaps Porzingis, but you desperately don't want to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, I'm willing to not get Kristaps Porzingis. I'm thinking about it as a Kings fan. You're saying,
as a Kings fan, you know what? Well, I'm saying you'd get rid. If you're Dallas, though, you'd look to move him because you can't stay healthy.
I'd absolutely look to move him. Absolutely, in a heartbeat. I try to sucker somebody into taking Kristaps in a heartbeat.
Okay.
And to equate it with Jimmy, yeah, I want to keep Jimmy around, but I don't. What do I always say? Keep Jimmy, but get that quarterback to
get
go.
Josh Rosen ready. That's
I mean, yeah, this year looks like Josh Rosen. It looks like it'd be Josh Rosen.
What's his name again?
The
Rosen one. Thank you.
The Rosen
Thank
one.
you.
I'm sorry I didn't show respect the first time.
That's okay.
The Rosen one.
That's okay.
But I mean, I got my eye on different quarterbacks, not to start this year, but I got my eye on the future. I'm planning towards the future. Absolutely.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
I can't lie. This 20-8 is blowing my mind a little bit.
No, that's pretty good. That's a lot better than I thought he would.
I would have because Dallas has been a bit of a. They're struggling. I mean, they're struggling. That's a fair word. Like they haven't been able to find their groove.
They're starting to get it back together though. That was a big win for them last night against the Celtics.
Yeah, it was the Celtics. Luke. We can not address that. We can get to that later. We can get to that later.
But Dallas is now at 500. They're 500 a game.
So they clawed back. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a game back out of the 8th spot. Excuse me, behind the Warriors. So they're getting back in there, and a lot of that coincides with Kristaps Porzingis coming back into the lineup. When he's out there, I don't think it's an issue about whether he can play or not. It's just how long is he going to be out there? Like he's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
And you just got to cross your fingers that it's not a significant one.
Man, that's tough. That's tough. He missed the first. Well, I guess this isn't that bad, but he didn't play yesterday versus Dallas. Or excuse me, he didn't play versus Boston. Sorry, they won that game. He didn't play the night before when they beat Memphis either. He did miss the first 9 games of the season. So that's the big chunk of games that he's missed. Since then, he's only missed, those two he's only missed 4 games since then. So that's, again, looking at it in a more complete picture, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad this year. But like I keep saying, the question is, when is the next injury coming right now for Kristaps? Unless he can find a way, if they low management him, whatever they got to do to preserve him, it feels like you can only play him in spurts.
You really don't. You wouldn't take him on this Kings roster?
I think about it.
I'm gonna give you the contract right now. Oh,
it's crazy. It's a max deal. It's a max deal.
It's a max deal that they've just started to scratch the surface on. Like it's 31 next year, 33 the next year, and then a player option in 23-24 for $36 million.
But I'll tell you like this, though. I will say this, Damian. Sitting here thinking about it and thinking about my philosophy for the Sacramento Kings and some of the things they need to do, I just might do that deal. To be completely honest with you. Sacramento, small market like it is, you got to roll the dice sometimes. And Kristaps would be a major roll of the dice, but you got to roll the dice sometimes. And you gotta hope for the big payoff. The big payoff is he stays healthy and he gives you 20 and 8 a night at that position.
Shout out to the homeboy Deuce Mason, who's playing Call of Duty and listening to the show right now. Deuce, we've got some news for you, my friend. And this is courtesy of Adrian Wojnarowski. The Sacramento Kings are planning to waive forward Glenn Robinson III. Sources tell ESPN Robinson has averaged 5.3 points per game in the 23 games that he has played this year. That, again, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, the Sacramento Kings are planning to waive forward Glenn Robinson III. GR3 has been inactive, I think, for the last 4 games now. Yeah. And so some of us were wondering, like, okay, he said he's away for personal issues. Let's see what that winds up being. And, here we are. Again, I don't know how these relate to his personal issues. I don't know how this relates to him not playing over the course of the last couple of days. But according to Adrian Wojnarowski, the Sacramento Kings are going to waive GR3, a player that you really liked. I
did like Little Dog, as I like to call him, from his Michigan days. And I didn't think he was as bad as people made him out to be. I don't know what they were expecting of him, but he was a guy off the bench. He was cool. I thought he was all right. People talked about his defense was terrible, but it's whatever. He wasn't playing much. There was a lot of DMP CDs for him this year, so okay. I wish him the best.
Yeah, that's again one of those weird ones. I wonder how many more of these. I say how many more. When is the tweet coming out about Hassan Whiteside? Like, that's pretty much what I'm just waiting to see. Is there a deal to be done for Hassan Whiteside? Do the Kings wind up holding on to him, or do they let him walk in similar fashion to Glenn Robinson? Now, they're not quite the same. Glenn Robinson and Hassan Whiteside. I think Hassan Whiteside has played a little bit more than GR3 has, but there's still, again, I don't know that I'd consider either of them a vital part to this team. I don't know what the Kings are going to wind up doing with that roster spot. I don't know if this is a Ramsey or Woodard situation. I don't know if they're going to hold out until the trade deadline. Maybe they need that roster spot for working out some different some different deal. But this ultimately right now, I think, is just a simplistic. Glenn Robinson has been waived or will be waived.
That also, hopefully, somebody let me know about the rules about this. But does it give him the opportunity to latch on with another team? For this season to be able to play in the playoffs and stuff. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely it does. I mean, this is no different than Houston and DeMarcus.
True.
Right? Houston waived DeMarcus. It's no different.
I saw somewhere yesterday where wasn't yesterday the deadline for guaranteed contracts or something like that?
Yeah, it's why Brooklyn waived everybody. Brooklyn waived half their roster yesterday. I think they signed a couple of guys, including Amon Shumpert, to 10 days. And I guess these guys are going to be on 10-day contracts, maybe until the trade deadline or something like that. So, yesterday was the day that guaranteed, which is another thing that made the DeMarcus thing weird, because DeMarcus' contract became guaranteed a week ago. Mm-hmm. And then they decided, and maybe that was strategic on their part, hey, it's all love. We appreciate you. We appreciate the work that you did. We just we're not going to really, you see where we're at. We've lost at the time 6 or 7 in a row. We're going to give you an opportunity to go play elsewhere, but we're going to make sure that you're, kind of locked up for the season. So it could be that. Of course, this is the same organization that just crapped all over Carmelo Anthony, but that was a different regime. So, maybe this was the regime just trying to give, DeMarcus a high five on the way out.
Trying to do right by him. I understand that.
I mean, it's cool. They didn't have to. So if that is the case, that's a dope look for that crew there.
It got me sitting here thinking more about this Porzingis thing, and you know how against it I was from the start, but it also ties into something I've been thinking about with the Sacramento Kings and trying to make this thing work. And in their situation, it's hard, man. It is hard for a team in Sacramento situation to turn this thing around. It is not easy. You're in California, and that's the gift and the curse, because number one, well, I guess
taxes are
I'm just about to say, I mean, I guess living in California is great, but taxes are crazy. And then if somebody wants to go to California, they got 3 other elite teams that they can choose from before they talk about Sacramento. So you got that. So you're not getting free agents. And it's man, where do you get better when the whole free agency thing is out the window? It's in trades. It's in trades where you kind of take a chance. You take a gamble.
Yeah, but you're right. But I mean, is Chris the most famous? Chris for Mitch, is that the most? If I said famous, that's a dumbass way. Is that the most important trade in Kings history?
Yeah,
Chris for Mitch.
Yeah.
Think of how beloved Mitch Richmond still is here. He does the post game, for goodness sakes. For he's still respected. He's still loved. His numbers retired. All of those types of different things. He's the best player who was at the time. Some may still argue he is, but certainly was at the time the best player that had put on a Kings uniform. And you had to trade him. The moves you make aren't in terms of getting out of that depth, because at that point that was what, late 90s that was done. So you had 10, 11, 12 years of bad basketball here in Sacramento, under 500 basketball here in Sacramento, and this was your first step of kind of shaking that and getting better and becoming a franchise that people will pay attention to. But you had to trade the best player who ever wore your uniform in order to do it. So while working out deals with Hassan Whiteside and Glenn Robinson, and hell, you could probably even both throw Buddy Hearld into this conversation, and those kind of, I don't know, second tier or role players or whatever it may be, that's ultimately not going to be the stuff that turns your franchise around. You have to you have to figure out what that core is. Like, what is the core? And right now it feels like the core is Tyrese and De'Aaron, in my opinion, and hopefully Marvin Bagley. But what can you really add through trade with everything else? You know what I mean? Or do you have to add through trade with one of those guys?
Man, you hope not,
Which
right?
is inconceivable, right?
Yeah, you hope not. But even when people are talking about, assets and the draft and tanking and all this other stuff, the draft is a crapshoot. Like, the draft is a complete crapshoot. Like, you have to get lucky. It is not. Like, I'm not even talking about Vlade or Pete D'Alessandro or Monty McNair. I'm just saying, like, so many times things will go wrong for a franchise with who they acquire, who they draft, and people will just automatically be like, well, that person was incompetent and they were stupid. It's not necessarily the case. Like, your best GM gets lucky. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's not because Masai Ujiri, it's not because he knows all things. He's really good at what he does, but he got lucky. He got lucky just like every other good GM gets lucky.
But what is this? Luck is preparation mixed with something like
preparation.
Whatever. There's something to that. Like, it's not like what's your favorite line? Blindfold and a cigarette. Like, it's not that when it comes to drafting. Though, like you could. I mean, look at what we see in the NFL. We just saw the number 1 and number 2 overall picks. 2 quarterbacks who were traded up to be acquired in the 2016 draft. We've seen them both traded after signing massive deals. This in recent weeks, we've seen that done, and no one thought you had an Eagles team that went to the Super Bowl. You had a Rams team that went to the Super Bowl. No one thought that it was going to be time to move on from those guys within the span of a couple of years. So there is a certain level of luck, but there is a certain level of, like, Andy Reid. I don't think Andy Reid is the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs, but they made the decision to trade up and they drafted their quarterback of the future when they knew they had a really good quarterback on their roster, and they set a timetable in place. We're replacing this quarterback 1 year from today. And we've seen how that turns out. So it's a level of multiple different things there, I think. It's not just luck.
Yeah. I mean, no, it's not. But also, I'll take your NFL draft analogy a step further. Think about to the other first and second picks in the draft a couple years maybe before that were can't miss. They were the new generation of quarterbacks. They were leading us into a new generation. Jameis and Mariota.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Like, remember how people talked about them, and you would be, it would be considered so foolish at the time. We were always, hindsight's always 2020, but at the time, Tampa Bay, Tennessee, you cannot go wrong taking Jameis or Mariota. You cannot go wrong. KD and Greg Oden. You cannot go wrong taking either one of these two. I'll even take it a step further. As much as Luka isn't, he is what he is today, and he looks like he's going to the Hall of Fame. Nobody that does this for a living, that experts and all this other stuff, Marvin Bagley was looked at as somebody that was guaranteed 20 and 10. Guaranteed. Like, Marvin Bagley was not a bad pick. Was he better than Luka? No, but he was not a bad pick. But unfortunately, he hasn't been able to stay on the court.
Man,
This is
a great one. Man, it's a great one from the chat. Yeah, that whole draft. Like, this is going to change. You talked about the next generation of quarterbacks. That Wiggins-Jabari Parker draft was the next generation of the NBA. This is the future of the National Basketball Association. You throw Joel Embiid in there, and that didn't work out at all.
Nah.
You got both of those guys playing in California, and good for Andrew Wiggins, by the way, who's gotten himself into a good little groove with Golden State, and not so much for Jabari.
To go out there and be reckless. I'm not necessarily saying that. If you have if a Porzingis or somebody like that is possibly on the market for Sacramento, you cannot just dismiss it like how I did. This was brought up. No, I ain't doing that. Can't do that. you have to be open to say, you know what? I got to really think about taking this chance right here because it may be the only shot I got.
Bryant West, our draft analyst, who's going to join us at 2:30, by the way, the King's Herald. He says, FYI, Kenny, I had Luka at number 1 and Marvin Bagley at number 5.
Hey, check this out. Check this out, Brian, and you're not alone. Luka's own coach didn't have him at number 1. People always forget about that. Phoenix passed on him too. He was not the number 1 pick by people who are looked at as experts, right? Like whether, these are the guys that are paid. These are the guys that you say, hey, they should know what they're talking about. These guys are getting paid and looked at as experts, and they get the draft wrong all the time.
All right, let's regroup here a little bit. Adrian Wojnarowski reports that the Sacramento Kings are going to waive Glenn Robinson III. We'll talk more Kings. We mentioned Alex Smith. There was a hell of an article, hell of an interview with Alex Smith in GQ magazine that I want to bring to your attention. And again, we'll continue to talk Kings. Continue to chime in here on the chat too. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, radio.com, and of course here on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
So chat, I'll say this about Luka, and I've talked to people that I respect about the situation. There were a good amount of people who thought Luka was like the next great basketball player in the world, right? But there was also, from everything that I've been told and I've heard, there was a contingency of people who did not think Luka was what people were hyping up to be. They were like, he's cool, but he's kind of chubby. He's not slow. He's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, there were people out there. Like, it wasn't just Vladdy who was like, I don't know if I'm feeling this guy.
The one thing that gave me pause about looking down on Luka was because, of course, here in Sacramento, all European players are the same. So you're comparing him to Bogdan Bogdanovic. And my argument with Bogdan Bogdanovic, and it was my argument for why I didn't want the Kings to re-sign him, was he is what he is. Like, he's 20-something, like 6, 7, 8. Like, I don't know how old he is. He's been a pro player for like 10 years. He is what he is. Like, he's not going to change. Like, he's not going to get better. Like, and he was a good player, or maybe he still is. I have no idea. But what was he, 15, 16, 17, 18? Like, cool. Like, that's what he is. That's what he's going to be for you. What are you willing to invest in that? I didn't feel that way about Luka because of how old he was. Mm-hmm. Because of, how young, he was a pro, but he wasn't a pro for like a half a decade.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or a decade or whatever that Bogdanovic was. Like, I thought he still had room to improve and get better, and he was going to learn in the NBA system versus learning in the European system and then bringing that over to the NBA. That's the only thing that every time I thought, I don't know. I don't know about Luka. That's the thing that kept giving me pause, was the fact that he was like 18 years old.
Yeah. And I didn't have a problem with anybody that they were going to take outside of Mo Bamba. I really didn't want Mo Bamba. But whether it was Ayton, Luka, Marvin, I wasn't really tripping. Like, I really wasn't tripping. The guy that I wanted the most was Michael Porter Jr. Mm-hmm. That's who I really that's the only person I was like really attached to. Yeah. And I was like, no, I'll take him over all these guys. But when they decided to take to be honest with you, Marvin was probably the third guy that I wanted him to take. I probably wanted Porter, Luka, and then Marvin. And then when it was clear it was going to become Marvin, I started to look at him a little bit more. I was like, yeah, Marvin was a beast when he was at Duke. So I see it. But yeah, like, I think Roddy came in and said Vladdy has no excuses because he's known him his whole life. Trust me, from everything that I heard from people that I trust, there are people who knew Luka his entire life who were like, I'm not sure about him. Vladdy wasn't the only one. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'll say about that. He wasn't the only one. And there was people who swore by him who were like, no, Luka is the next Magic Johnson. So,
man,
it happens.
I love Murph Dog for tweeting #FreeMetu. That's so good. Anthony tweeted us at D'Lo and KC and said, over under 5.5 times a show Damian Barling uses his Vince voice.
Oh,
That's over, bro.
yeah.
4-hour
I
show.
was
It's
trying to think
over.
about where I will put that. I might put that at like 8.
Yeah, it's my default. It's not good.
But no, in the podcast was when Richard was doing the Vince voices. That was
So my Vince voice is more an impression of Bruce Pritchard
No, it sounds
doing a
just
Vince
like it.
McMahon voice.
just like it.
God
sounds just
damn
like-
it, pal. Y'all got to listen to that podcast, man. It's so good. Yeah, be a part of the chat. Hang out with the cool kids here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We got a Deuce and Mo sighting here in the chat. Bryce is in here. The Game 916. Leezy, Ben, Roddy, everybody in here, man. We chatting, having some fun. Of course, Manny, the Serial Connection, still going strong. We're with you for the next 2+ hours. Bryant West, who is lingering around here in the chat, as is Joe Adge. The Super Kings fans are in here carrying on this conversation. And I know that this isn't really like major news, but Glenn Robinson has been or will be waived. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, Glenn Robinson III will be waived by the Sacramento Kings. So that does create a roster spot. And I think that's probably what's going to dominate like a bigger portion of the conversation. Not necessarily Glenn Robinson III, you know, with all due respect. He was a role player here, and I liked him as well. And I like some of the things that he contributed while he was out on the floor. But I think people are going to look like, oh, are they calling the Gubble? Or is it Woodard? is it Ramsey? What's really going to happen over here the next couple of days or the next couple of weeks? Is it the first of a series of moves? What does this ultimately wind up being? We know that Metu is out until after the All-Star game, so he's probably not going to factor in to this equation at all. So it'll be interesting, I suppose, to see what the Sacramento Kings ultimately do, if anything, with this roster spot over the course of the next couple of weeks. And certainly whatever it is, it's not going to have any bearing on the game against the New York Knicks coming up tomorrow, nor the game against the Detroit Pistons coming up on Friday.
In your gut, do you think that, obviously not in the next 2 days, but before this trade deadline, you think they pull the trigger on some of these guys and move a Bielitsa, move a Corey Joseph?
Yes.
Both of those guys?
I Corey Joseph, not so. It's not like, man, I'm ready for these guys to be gone or anything like that. It's just more of just kind of Corey Joseph. I'm not as sure about. Like I feel like there's probably some conversations, and these probably involve Nemanja Bjelica's people as well. He's probably getting moved or waived. One of the two. I feel like the same is true for Hassan Whiteside, but I think that might ultimately wind up in a trade. Corey Joseph, I'm not as sure about because he seems to be an important piece of what the Sacramento Kings do on a night-to-night basis. Now, is he important to what the Sacramento Kings do next year? Like, no. But is he important to what they're doing right now? Yeah, he's like playing a ton of minutes. So
yeah,
I think the barometer will be, what does the roster look like? And the trade deadline is after the All-Star break. So I think the real barometer will be, what does the roster look like after the All-Star break? And maybe what plays into that a little bit more is what happens versus New York tomorrow, what happens versus Detroit, what happens versus Charlotte, what happens before this team kind of goes into quarantine, I guess, or whatever these guys are going to do, or they go home or whatever. They're entitled to do what they want as long as they're safe, hopefully. What they wind up doing before and during the trade deadline. Like, if they keep losing games, I wonder if that changes their approach. Like, if this losing streak is legit, if we're talking like one win out of the last 11 games or 12 games or something along those lines, I wonder if the front office goes, all right, we can this doesn't matter. Like whatever our approach, it doesn't matter. We could trade Corey Joseph. Like, we're not going to need him on a night to that. Let's get Ramsey here. Let's get Woodard here. There's the way the second half of the schedule is laid out, they could play. Because there's a limit for those guys that they could play the rest of the way. So it could just wind up what happens if this 8-game losing streak ever breaks.
Yeah. And I think that if you're going to trade one of those guys, I'd like to see an NBA player come back as opposed to picks. You know what I mean? Like, you can't trade Whiteside, Kojo, Bielitsa, Parker, all for second round picks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd like to see an NBA player come back, and maybe somebody that you're that you're taking a chance on, that you're taking a flyer on. I haven't looked at any of the rosters or prospects to give you a name, but they can't all be second round picks. I'm really in a position now where the Kings have to take a swing somewhere, take a chance somewhere. And it doesn't have to be a big chance. It don't have to be this big old grand thing. But if there is a guy that you see on a G League affiliate that, hey, we'll give you the elites, for the rights to this guy and bring him, whatever. Like they need to take some swings at the fences here.
Okay. Glenn Robinson III just tweeted, "Thank you, Sacramento Kings, for the opportunity, and thanks to my fans for the continued support. Grateful for it all."
Take care, little dog.
So I guess Adrian Wojnarowski's sources were correct. Like GR3 is on his way out. Deuce, I know you're in there playing Call of Duty or whatever. Remind me, Deuce and Mo join us tomorrow at, I probably should have cleared this with them, like 1:45 now, as we've adjusted to the new 4-hour schedule. But we've got to talk to those guys about Daquan Jeffries. They watched Daquan Jeffries every day when he was in the G League last year, and he's translated, like you and I are both really, really big on Daquan Jeffries' game, which I think is what made last night more frustrating. That in my, just undying, just agitation with everything Buddy Hield does. The fact that he only played 14 minutes, but you kept forcing Buddy Hield back into the line. He played 36 completely inconsequential minutes last night.
Oh my gosh. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You got to do better than that, man. Like Tyrese Halliburton playing 40 minutes or, close to it. Hey, I'm all for that. De'Aaron Fox, 38 minutes. Harrison Barnes, no minutes restriction on him, 36 minutes. We saw Marvin Bagley play 30 minutes. Like, hey, I'm with all of that. And, if you missed what Luke Walton was asked directly by our man James Ham, like, hey, Tyrese is playing incredible. We see how productive he is in the, inconsistency from Buddy Hield. Are you looking at a change to the lineup?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the move, but like I've said, we're looking at everything, James. The tough part is like this is the same group that had won 7 out of 9. We haven't had that group yet, so to all of a sudden start making those type of changes without getting that group back. I mean, that group tonight. Even though there was some minutes restrictions and guys, looked a little rusty at time, we were in Brooklyn with a 1-point lead at one point in the fourth quarter there. So I know we lost 8 in a row and we have to get off this. But I'd like to see a little bit more. We were having some really good success with how that team was playing before. So I'd like to get a little more a sample size before making any major moves like that.
Okay. He needs more of a sample size.
How many minutes did Buddy Hield play yesterday?
I'm sorry, Doc Rivers wanted to chime in.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
I'm sorry. One more time, KC.
I just wanted to know how many minutes did Buddy Hield play yesterday?
Played 36 freaking minutes yesterday.
Halfway.
Exactly. Thank you. We just continue to hit. So let's hit another
Put some
one.
respect on my name.
Hey, not Buddy's. Ain't gonna put no respect on Buddy's name. 36 minutes, 34 seconds is how many minutes Buddy Hield played last night. Daquan Jeffries played 14 minutes and 48 seconds, and I thought he was fine while he was in there. And here's another thing. Look, Luke Walton talked yesterday also about kind of, they were out rebounding. The Nets had a ton of second chance points yesterday. They had a ton of second opportunities. Here's what Luke Walton said about that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's bad luck, and sometimes you create your own luck by being aggressive and going out and snatching something out of the air. And that's where I thought, that's where some of my frustration came from. We've lost 7 in a row, going at 8 now, but 7 at the time. And there's some balls hanging up there, and I know that's a big team, and it's all vets, and there's DeAndre Jordan and whatnot. Let's go get those balls. Let's not leave it up to luck. Let's create our own luck. We didn't do it. So, yeah, some of it's lucky. Some of it is us just not being aggressive enough to go and take something.
You look agitated.
I you know what? I don't think Luke Walton is capable of talking anymore without me being agitated. I think I'm big enough to admit that. I just get agitated when he talks. He's got a great speaking voice too. He's got a great deep voice and that whole deal right there. But yet every word that comes out of his mouth, I managed to be agitated about.
What'd you have a problem with there?
Well, he's talking about he's talking about creating your own luck, and we've got to go after these loose balls. Like, that's fine, but why aren't they? That's the question that I think should be asked. Why aren't they going after these loose balls? Like, why do you have to give a post-game press conference? Like, why are you talking about who are the bigs for Brooklyn again? DeAndre Jordan and who?
Bruce Brown.
Oh,
really?
Bruce Brown. That's what it was. Bruce Brown. He's 5'2" right now, working in that power forward position, and they're out there grabbing all of these offensive rebounds. And it's like, yo, this is what Richaun Holmes does. He is a rebounding machine. That's what. Why are we giving post game press conferences about how we've got to? We're still this deep into the season, 31 games in. We're still talking about hustle. We're still talking about fight. We're still talking about going out there and working hard. Like, why aren't they? And maybe these aren't questions Luke Waltons should ask. But if I'm Monty McNair, these are questions that I'm asking.
That's what I was getting to. How the hell is that Luke Waltons' fault? Like, he ain't out there. Like, the question should be asked to whoever else is on that Zoom call. There was loose balls out there. Luke Waltons said you guys ain't getting loose balls. Why ain't you getting loose balls? Like, that ain't. Luke Waltons can yell till he's blue in the face. If they soft, they soft. You know what I'm saying?
Luke Waltons also acknowledged yesterday? He acknowledged that we got off to a bad start. And anybody who saw the game knows that they got off to a bad start. Hell, if you didn't see it, pull up the newspaper, grab your Sacramento Bee, flip to the back section, look at the box score. The Nets outscored the Kings 42-28. 42-28. You continuously get off to bad starts. What does that mean? I don't know. Maybe you have a problem with your starting lineup. Maybe.
Could be the case.
It's just a question. It's just a question, brother. Just ask him. KC, I'm just asking questions here, fam.
That's all you can do. You know what I'm saying? We just ask questions. You just ask questions. Me too. I can also point out that the Nets shot 71% in that first quarter.
Almighty. Okay, but again, is that like praise of the Nets, or are you looking at the Kings like, yo, they shot 71%? Like, there has to be a fine combination of, wow, the Nets really shot the lights out, to Jesus Christ, Jackson, the Sacramento Kings didn't play defense the entire first quarter.
Yeah, look, I think it's a roster issue. I think the roster right now, they're filled with guys that just aren't physical enough out there. Just not physical enough on the perimeter and inside. When you talk about loose balls and all this other stuff, they're not physical enough to stop Bruce Brown from doing whatever he wants to do out there. Bruce Brown should have hit the deck yesterday.
Do you hear what you just said? Did you hear repeat that sentence, please?
They're not physical enough to stop somebody like Bruce Brown from doing whatever he wants to do out there.
You're talking like Bruce Brown is Giannis Antetokounmpo. You're talking like Bruce Brown is Shaquille O'Neal reincarnate. What?
Damian, I know this is going to sound old school, but once again, this is the same team that
can't stop Bruce Brown.
This is the same team that saw their teammate thrown off the rim and didn't do a damn thing.
That's hey, I ain't gonna argue.
Didn't do a
I'm not gonna argue that one bit.
So
not a single bit.
All you got to do is get a little forceful out there, and they'll let somebody, like, I don't care if it's Bruce Brown or Earl Boykins. If you're forceful, they'll go out there and get rebounds, do all this other stuff.
Find another show in this country that referenced Earl Boykins today.
Shout out Eastern Michigan.
25. Find another show in the country that shouted out Eastern Michigan today, besides the one on the Eastern Michigan campus. Bruce Brown, 25 minutes, 11 of 13 from the field, 29 points. He was plus 20 in the plus. He had the same amount of points that James Harden had yesterday. He had 8 more points than Kyrie Irving had yesterday.
Wow. Crazy thing is, Kyrie started off, I think he had 14 in that first quarter. And he only finished with what, 22?
Yeah, he was 8 of 22 yesterday. Like he settled, and I don't know if this was the Kings kind of. I don't know if this was the Kings adjusting defensive strategies following that first quarter. I don't know if it was Brooklyn kind of cooling down a little bit. I mean, the Kings, and I guess lost in all of this is the Kings. They had a stretch where they played pretty decent basketball yesterday.
All that said, just said, I agree with you. I don't think they played bad yesterday.
And then I get hesitant of saying stuff like that. Hold on. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento Radio.com sports station, and driven by the good people over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're live on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We encourage you to come join us, come watch us, take part in the chat there. And we welcome everybody listening on the radio.com app who are at work, hanging out, or maybe you're working from home. Maybe you're just listening in the background on ESPN 1320 AM. We greatly appreciate whatever you are doing to listen to us. Again, we greatly appreciate it. Bryant West is set to join us. Bryant West, of course, of the King's Hearld, wrote a fantastic piece on Tyrese Halliburton for the King's Hearld. He was absolutely phenomenal last night. We'll talk a lot more about Tyrese Halliburton and perhaps what his place should be with the Sacramento Kings moving forward. But I can't get over this frustration when I talk about how well that the Kings actually did play last night. It's frustrating, and you noted this here at the top of the show at 12 o'clock. And by the way, if you've missed out on the last couple of days, we're with you each and every single day till 4 o'clock, except for tomorrow, where we're with you till 4:30, and the next day we're with you till 5. So we're with you till a minimum of 4 o'clock every single day. I get reluctant to say, you know, all things considered, because this loss feels worse because there were 7 losses before it. In a nutshell, the Kings played, with the exception of that first quarter, and sometimes teams have bad quarters, they have bad stretches, whatever it may be. Feels like the Kings are played by a bunch of them lately, but the Kings did play well yesterday. But I feel like when we say that, it starts to frame this as like, oh, it's okay, it's a moral victory, and I hate that because you lost 8 straight games.
Yeah, but I mean, we're having a conversation about last night's game, not the totality of the season. And last night they played fine last night. That was an NBA game. They played fine. They played a better team. The better team had better moments. Like I said, a 1-point game, 7 minutes to go. Brooklyn then goes on a 14-1 run, and that's what Brooklyn is better. They have that capability. The Kings weren't able to stop that run last night. I'm not going to say that happens because that don't happen to everybody, but that's life in the NBA from time to time. That's what that is. So you've got to make sure. See, this had a much different tone than the Milwaukee game or the first Brooklyn game and the Heat game, where they were just uncompetitive. They didn't have a chance in hell those games. So
I want to touch on something Christy's saying here in the YouTube chat. Every team breaks franchise records versus the Kings. I think that's the other frustrating part is we actually had Will Z tried to accumulate like some sort of like who gives up the most big games. But what we couldn't define was what was a big game. 40 plus points or, 15 plus rebounds, triple doubles, all of these sorts of things. And whatever measurement we used, and really this is Will Z and his tremendous work that he's doing as our statistician, is whatever metric we used, the Kings gave up the most all year. Whether it was triple doubles, whether it was, teams breaking franchise records, whether it was 40 plus points or 20 plus rebounds or whatever it was like, nope, Kings are on top of that list. Kings are on the top of that list. Kings are on the top of that list. And it just goes into what you have been talking about on a regular basis, that you put a pause on for the briefest of periods, but that this team just doesn't play with enough toughness.
No, they don't. Max on Twitch mentioned something that I wanted to piggyback off of what you said and mentioned. He said the frustrating thing is if they play like they did yesterday, we wouldn't be talking about an 8-game losing streak. Well, the problem with that, Max, and you're 100% right, is that was the first time in 8 games they've had that team. That's the problem. And that's where you've been asking the question the last couple of days. Is it they just stink or is it more towards the injuries? And I kept saying, I think it's more towards the injuries. Okay. They haven't had these guys. Now, I'm not even blaming Monty McNair because, like I said, he just got to be the Kings GM on like last Tuesday. So he didn't really have an opportunity to bolster this roster. But that's where you try to have a roster that can circumvent an injury here or there. They don't have that right now. A guy that was kind of in their rotation, they just waived. Like they don't even. A guy that they were contemplating playing here and there, they said, we can't even have you anymore. Those are the kind of guys that were playing and were getting consistent minutes those last 8 games. They need more roster depth. They need a better all-around roster, which goes to my other point, Damian. People are really quick to get on Luke Walton. And I know I come off as a Luke Walton apologist. But I got to ask the question.
Okay.
If Luke Walton is bad, are you telling me that they have a playoff roster right now?
No.
So I'm going to let you finish. But if they don't have a playoff roster, why are the expectations that Luke Walton makes this a playoff roster?
Okay, wait. Are you trying to say, is this more Luke Walton's fault or more the roster's fault?
That's pretty much what I'm saying. Because people say in the same breath, they say Luke Walton sucks and he's terrible. And then they say they only have like 4 good players on the team. I don't know what NBA team that has 4 good players it's supposed to go. I don't care if Red Auerbach and John Wooden are on the same coaching staff. They're not going to take a team with 4 good players to a playoff or anywhere close to 500, in my opinion.
Can they both be true?
Yeah, they can be.
Can the Kings not have because we talked about the depth of this roster long before this losing streak started. So can the Kings have depth issues with their roster? Can they have the construction, the current construction of the roster is something Monty McNair has to address if the Kings want to be successful moving forward. Can that be true and Luke Walton also not be the right coach for this team?
That can be true. But you talk about one guy that I think about from last season, that's the coach right now, is Coach Frank Vogel. Frank Vogel did very good at Indiana. Ended up getting fired. Didn't do as well in Orlando. Ended up getting fired. Got LeBron and AD and won a championship. And one of those pieces go and they're struggling now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need talent. You need elite top level talent to be successful in this league. Even when people talk about like Billy Donovan in Oklahoma City, even they had an all-star. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't just this ragtag group. They had an all-star. They had Gildress Alexander.
Got him. Look at you. Hey.
I got that right.
Nice job, partner.
SGA.
That's
but they
all
had
right.
SGA. They had Steven Adams. Like, they had a much better roster than what the Kings have right now. So people are like, well, Oklahoma City's able to do it. Oklahoma City, they lose that all-star. They got the same roster as the Sacramento Kings have right now.
Okay.
Or excuse me, record as the Sacramento Kings have right now.
I was just going to throw something back at you, but I don't think it's going to work.
Because I'm right.
Well, let's see if I can workshop this live on the radio. Okay. What if I countered that? It's not going to work.
No,
okay.
I want to hear it.
What if I countered that with, everybody please play along with this. I'm going to counter your argument with the Phoenix Suns. But not the Chris Paul Phoenix Suns, the Orlando Phoenix Suns. The bubble Phoenix Suns. How much of that? There's no change in the roster between the shutdown of the season and the start of the bubble, right? That was Monty Williams, and lost in the way that the Phoenix Suns played in the bubble was the fact that and this is at the very, very tail end. I'm not talking like weeks before. I'm talking like maybe 2 or 3 games before the league suspension on March 11th. Phoenix started to play well. Like there was a string of games from the 8 games in the bubble, and I think it was 3 or 4 before March 11th that the Phoenix Suns had the top defensive efficiency rating in the league and the top offensive efficiency rating in the league. And to me, I look at that and I look at that roster and I go, okay, comparable. Devin, De'Aaron, DeAndre, Marvin.
Marvin wasn't there.
I'm talking about now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about now. And I go, oh, well, what is it? It's Monty. Monty's the difference. In my opinion, am I off base? Is that wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong because they threw an all-star on the team.
Well, no, now they threw an all-star team. See, you didn't follow instructions. I told you.
Phoenix won nothing. They finished below the Kings.
But what I'm saying, did you miss the part about the 8 games in Orlando and the 4 games prior to the suspension? Did you miss that part? That's the part I'm talking about where and that's why I said I'm trying to workshop this live on the air.
Well, you threw me off because you put Marvin in there and Marvin wasn't there.
I'm talking about the Kings now versus that version of the Phoenix Suns before Chris Paul got there.
They weren't
because
no
you're
good.
right, Chris Paul. It's not fair. The Chris Paul he changed the entire dynamic of this team on and off the floor.
Yeah.
But Monty Williams started that last year, in my opinion.
Okay.
Is my opinion wrong?
No, I saw that what he was able to do in the bubble, transferring over along with Chris Paul, but transferring over to how they're playing this year. I understand that. I'm with that.
All right.
They went 8-0 on the bubble.
I'm getting killed on the chat. Forget it. Just forget it.
The chat.
Watch
out for the chat,
Deuce
bro.
is killing me. Like Roddy's killing me. Just forget it. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I knew I shouldn't have used that example. You know what? Just forget it. Go to commercial. We'll be back.
Is ruthless, bro. The chat
Brian,
is
no,
ruthless.
I need a break. Bryant West is coming up. He's going to talk to Kenny all by himself. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hang out with the rest of the delinquents on the YouTube channel and all of that. We're back with more here on radio.com and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Y'all suck, man. I'm going to tell you that right now. Y'all are jerks.
Damien had me like our little African actor. I was like, okay. The four afterwards.
Hey, I got Rich. It's all right. I'll take Rich. I'll take Rich. y'all are jerks. I swear to God, y'all suck, man.
Come on,
y'all
man.
are foul.
Come on, man.
Y'all suck, man. My guy, Roddy. I knew it. As soon as I thought it, I was like, don't do this. Don't say it.
I saw where
But we
you were
had
going.
2 minutes, and it was like, oh.
I saw where you're going.
What are we going to do here?
The only issue is, well, see, I thought you were going straight bubble, and Marvin wasn't there in the bubble.
Yeah.
So because I thought so going into the bubble, I thought the Kings roster was fine. When it got into the bubble and you started to play playoff competition night in and night out, I said, they ain't got it. Buddy Hield ain't it. Well, they got in the bubble though, Deuce. They got in there. Whether they had business or not, they got in there.
You know how you tweet? You know how you have like a bad tweet and you just have to wait for the reaction to it being bad? The chat room is like instant reaction to you saying something terrible.
They don't wait. They don't wait.
I think Brian's trying to trade me. He said, trade's coming. Why does that stupid take was taken out? I might be being traded for Deuce. That might not be bad at this point. I'm being benched. I'm getting the Daquan Jeffries minutes after that. Jeez.
Oh man. Yeah.
And the
man,
worst part is, don't do it. Don't say it. No,
What?
there it is.
I didn't even get a chance to see what they're probably killing me for defending Luke in any way possible.
I mean, I don't think you're. It's an interesting breakdown of whether you're going to be mad at the roster, be mad at the coach, or be mad at some combination of both. Like, I don't think the roster is great. I think we all have to know that the roster isn't great. But does that mean you just kind of sit on your hands and not make any adjustments? Like, he acknowledges the starts are bad. He acknowledges they aren't doing things right. He you know, it's like, and as much as I love Doug and Mark, man, it is getting really, it's like they're trying to give on-air pep talks to Buddy.
I got to stop that.
It's like,
They
yo,
gotta
it's not fault. Like, it ain't happening. No matter how many times you say it, it ain't happening. We're 31 games into the season, fellas. It ain't happening.
No, it's not. It's not.
And I'm not saying trash Buddy by any. That's not what I'm saying. I just mean like, oh, Buddy's just got to see the ball go through the basketball. He saw it go through 2 times in a row, and then what'd he do? Well, he shot the next 6 shots, and they went all over the place. It ain't work. It's like, yo, and I feel like that's what Luke does. I feel like Luke goes back and listens to Mark and Doug, like, oh, they just gotta get something going for Buddy. Like, yeah, it's not happening.
I think this is essentially what it is, and that's just what it is. I don't. If they went to the playoffs, I don't think Luke will be. It'll be in spite of Luke.
Well, yeah,
that'll be.
Well, what do you always point out when the Kings win? It's like, oh, Alvin Gentry, Rex Kalamian. They're so good. That's like if Today's Show, everybody who signs off at Today's Show, man, what a great show. That Kenny Caraway boy, he really carried that dumb son of a bitch that was with him. Did you hear that Suns take? Oh, not gonna be able to do it. Oh man.
Oh, they on fire up in here, man.
Yeah, buddy. We having as much fun as you can have when your home team has lost 8 straight games.
Can you imagine if they were good? How the
Oh
shows
my
would be going?
gosh.
If they were good, the show could be unreal.
Man, go back and look at them post-game vibes after they were winning when it was just air horn after air horn. Go back and look at the Deuce and Mo. Go back and look at the Deuce and Mo night chats where, like 1,600 people are in the chat room hanging out watching, and it's like or reacting to it. Like, yeah, that's a 500 basketball team that we're talking about right there.
500 in like 20 games, the first 20 games of the season.
We're so thirsty. It's like we're not asking for much. If you just lingered around 500, dude, we would be so excited all year long. And then now here we are.
Will says the air horns are collecting dust. Yeah,
dude, that's
right.
Hey, hit us one time just because we're having fun, man. Can you hit us one time?
Let me get these air horns up here.
Get them in there. Hey, you know what it is.
They still work. Just had to check.
All right, man. Yeah, they got a little dusty in them post games. Hell, the games have been so bad. Kenny started doing shows with his mic off. That's how bad. That's how bad some of these Kings games have been. Kenny was just like, the hell with it. I'm not even going to turn my mic on for this show. That's what we're going to do here. Watch along on twitch.tv/
exactly how it went.
Watch along on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Please hit the subscribe button. Hit the thumbs up button if you're watching in the YouTube room right now. If you're on Twitch, follow, of course. Hit the share as well. Help get us noticed by a lot more people. Help get us out there, reference to people who enjoy watching videos about the Kings and enjoy watching videos about sports here in the city of Sacramento. Bryant West set to join us coming up here in about 10 minutes. He'll join us on the video feed for those who are watching along with us. Of course, you'll be able to hear him on the radio as well. But, Tyrese Halliburton was a bright spot. He wrote a great column about Tyrese and his improvement through the early part of this season. And I guess if you're going to hold on to something with this team, you really start having to look at, like, there was a time not that long ago where we were talking about, man, De'Aaron and Buddy and Marvin, and you really build around that core right here, just completely dismissing Harrison Barnes, and we didn't really know the value of Richaun Holmes yet, but we're talking Buddy, De'Aaron, and Buddy, De'Aaron, and Bagley, and now it's like, well, it's Tyrese and Fox. Like, that's it. You hope that it's Marvin.
I'm putting Marvin in there.
We don't know yet. You hope so, and I agree. Like, I'm still figuratively, not literally, Team Bagley in this situation, and I know you two are. And I want to got to make the distinction right there. It is a figurative reference to Team Bagley. Like, we're both still high on him and believe. I mean, he had 12 and 10 last night, and you see his minutes starting to creep up. You see his production starting to creep up, and I feel like we are. I got frustrated during the commercial breaks, and I think I've said this on the air anyway. I don't think this is slanderous in any ways, but if you're watching games, you often hear, Mark Jones, who has joined our show on a number of occasions, and our friend Doug Christie, he'll it's like they're, Buddy's in such a frustrating place. They're trying to talk him out of it through commentary. Like they're trying to get him going. Buddy's just got to see the ball. There you go, Buddy. Just get to the basket. There you go, Buddy. Just get to the free throw line. Just get a layup. See a ball go through the basket. And none of that has worked. I feel like to a certain degree, those of us who are in the figurative Team Bagley camp, we do kind of handle, Marvin Bagley's production levels with kid gloves a little bit. A little bit.
I know I'm probably in that group.
And I think I am too.
Supporting Bagley, but I got on his head a little bit last night. That air ball, when it was 116, 109, you can't air ball that 3-pointer. You can't. I think he missed a layup right after that. Come on, you can't do that, man.
Well, was Buddy there were 2 possessions where and I don't know who inbounded the ball for Brooklyn. They just Patrick Mahomes the ball down the court. That was
embarrassing. 3 times.
Was it 3? Was that Marvin?
I think Marvin was twice for sure, because I'm pretty sure, I was trying to piece it together, but I'm pretty sure he was the one guarding Bruce Brown. And then the other one, it looks like Marvin is supposed to be guarding. Well, it looks like he's guarding DeAndre Jordan, but I think Richaun Holmes is out there too. He would be guarding DeAndre Jordan. So there was a miscommunication. Either way, I mean, it's on Marvin, but it's on everybody. And I don't mean to treat Marvin with kid gloves there, but it's on everybody. Even if I'm the point guard, I got to make sure everybody's back at all times. One of those was off a made free throw.
Yeah, there was
off a free throw.
There was a lot of talk in the post-game press conferences yesterday about the amount of miscommunication there, particularly in the first quarter on the defensive end. And, maybe that is a byproduct of, something that you have tried to remind us of throughout the day. Like, this is the first time that this group has played together in 7 games. Harrison Barnes wasn't eased back into anything. They knew that the team was kind of hemorrhaging a little bit, and you had to, try to slow it down, and you threw Harrison back out there. Richaun Holmes, I'm still not convinced Richaun Holmes is quite where I still think there's a little bit more to Richaun Holmes and the fact that, he only played 26 minutes last night. And maybe, we had questioned
the ankle too.
Right. And I think that one positive, at least on the injury front, to come out of that, not just that Harrison played, but with De'Aaron, we had been speculating, is De'Aaron maybe a little bit more off than we've been led to believe. He had a pretty solid outing last night and played damn near 40 minutes.
Yeah, almost got back to Fox time last night in that fourth quarter. He had some big shots, was doing some big things.
Big assist also.
Yeah, he played a good game. But to your point about those leak outs, and I know you're not saying this, but I mean, I don't care if they hadn't played together all year. I mean, that's inexcusable. It's inexcusable.
I hear you.
These are things that you learn. Reese is learning them right now. You know what I'm saying?
Like, how old is Reese?
He's 8.
There you go.
All right, these are things you learn and you take care of, no matter how old you are, no matter who you're on the court with. And it happened 3 times. 3 times. As a matter of fact, they tried to do it another time. Matter of fact, I think it was Harrison Barnes that deflected it out of bounds or something like that. But embarrassing, completely embarrassing.
Yeah, and those are, you just look at the little things. You look at that game, and in this game, the final score of the game a couple of weeks ago was relative. It was close. It was like 11 points or something like that. But if you watched the game, you knew that, like, okay, it wasn't close. Like, the score is close, but the game wasn't close. Last night's game was different. It was close, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. And when it wasn't, like, it was relatively late in the game. Like, the Kings were in this in the fourth quarter. And so you just look at, like, man, some mistakes here, some mistakes here. You don't give up 42 on the defensive end in the first quarter. And, maybe we're talking about something different here, but now you're heading into these games and the expectations, the tone, I don't feel like the tone in today's conversation, both on the radio, in the chat, and on social media and amongst Kings fans and all of that. I don't feel like the tone of the conversation today is like overly bad. It's Brooklyn. Brooklyn's arguably, if the Utah Jazz are the hottest team in the league, the Brooklyn Nets are second. You can make an argument that the Brooklyn Nets are the hottest team in the league, and you'd be right in either situation. Right. But the expectations for tomorrow's game against the New York Knicks are a lot different. And I know the Knicks are playing well. I know they've got their all-star in Julius Randle, and they're kind of riding that. They should be feeling good, and they've got some good basketball going. They're still playing really well on the defensive end. But the expectations for that game aren't going to be the same for the expectations of yesterday's game against Brooklyn.
No, if they come out tomorrow and play the way they did yesterday, I would expect them to win. And that not saying they're going to or anything like that, but you put yourself in a position to win like they did. A 1-point game with 7 minutes left. I'm expecting them to bring that one home. That's how I look at tomorrow. So, yeah, they should beat the Knicks.
Unfortunately, they have a back-to-back.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got Detroit on the second night of that, on the Friday night. And I'd argue the expectations are going to be the same in that you can't, Detroit has a permanent residency in our powerless rankings. And you and I don't agree on a lot, but we both got Detroit firmly planted in our powerless rankings. And hell, but they're going to stumble across victories from time to time. And you're just hoping that if you're a fan of a particular team, in this case, Sacramento, man, I hope it ain't us. I hope it ain't us. I don't want to get beat by the Detroit Pistons, especially the way things are going right now. Meanwhile, the Detroit Pistons are like, okay, we've got this coming up. Got Sacramento on Friday. Second night of a back-to-back, guys. Like, let's get the job done here.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if they lose on Thursday to the Knicks, that pressure that they gonna feel to end that streak against Detroit. Oh my goodness!
Because it's going to be at 9. There's something double digits, man. There's something about seeing two numbers in that streak column, whether it's a win or a loss. Of course, we wouldn't know anything about it being a win, but still, like
we can only hope. We can only imagine.
There is something about seeing two numbers there in that streak column.
And then, like you said, it's one thing if the streak continues against the Brooklyn Nets. If the streak continues against the Detroit Pistons. I mean, that's embarrassing.
And we also you said a moment ago, if the Kings come out and play like they did yesterday versus New York, they should win that game. But the problem is, and this is the hang up where we're talking about teams like the current incarnation of the Brooklyn Nets, where we look at like what De'Aaron was able to do and what Tyrese was able to do offensively. And you can even look at Richaun Holmes and Harrison Barnes. And while all of those guys are very, very capable of having, good offensive nights, no matter who they're playing, they're also playing a team. And I'm even reluctant to call them bad on defense. I just don't think they care about the defensive end right now. And maybe as we get closer to April and May and heading into playoffs, maybe they will start to care more. Maybe there is some proverbial switch there on the defensive end. Maybe with Kevin Durant back, maybe they just, just the addition of Kevin Durant immediately makes you a better defensive team. But I don't think he, picks up for 8 different guys in Brooklyn Nets uniforms. So
right.
the flow of tomorrow's game is going to be a lot different. It's going to be a lot different in that you're not going to – there's no excuse for either of these two teams scoring 42 points in a quarter because New York doesn't score like that and New York doesn't defend like that. Like I think the first game – it was either in the 90s or it was in the really, really low, 100s.
I think it was in the 90s.
Okay.
I think it was in the 90s.
That's likely going to be the tone of tomorrow's game rather than, 100 and what was it, 118 and 127 respectively yesterday.
And New York is going to be tough. New York is going to be tough physically. Mm-hmm. And if they're not ready to do it, the score of that game was 103-94, by the way, Kings win.
Okay.
That first time around. But it's going to be tough. Julius Randle is going to be in there trying to play some bully ball. Mitchell Robinson's going to be all over the boards trying to block shots, things of that nature. My man Emmanuel Quickly, he'll give you 20. He'll give you 20 if you try to give him the Bruce Brown treatment. Mm-hmm. All right. The Knicks, they're not a great team by any means. I don't even know how good they are, but they come to play. I know that much. They come to play. And
they work. That's one thing that I'll give that squad credit for, man, is they absolutely work.
Yes, indeed. Derrick Rose on the roster now, too. RJ Barrett has had his moments this year. So the Kings are going to have to be ready to dig down and play some physical basketball tomorrow and execute. That's the biggest thing. Execute. No soft passes, no soft drives to the cup. Execute. Be physically ready to take a bump and do what you have to do, whether it's a pass or a finish at the bucket.
The New York Knicks right now sitting at 15-17 in the 7th spot of the Eastern Conference right now. Man, you look around at the NBA as a whole, it's weird. Dude, it's super weird. Like Indiana, they're sitting at the 4th spot in the Eastern Conference. They're 15-14. Applause to Indiana for just kind of keeping things moving after, I was surprised by the firing of Nate McMillan and they obviously trade Victor Oladipo. They're kind of going through some certain transition periods here, but you just look around and you realize they're 15-14 right up there behind. Oh, of course, they're right behind the Milwaukee Bucks. Why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be? Why the Boston Celtics currently sit a game under 500,
wow.
31 games into the season.
Wow. Would you take Brad Stevens here in Sacramento? He might be available.
Okay, first of all, yes, in a heartbeat. Second of all, no, he won't.
Brad Stevens is a good coach, man. He knows the game. He's a good coach. I have questions about him, though. But
Brad
he's a good coach.
Stevens is going. I've got the really, really good friends that have questions about Brad Stevens as well. But I'll point this out: Brad Stevens is going nowhere. He just signed a contract extension too. Like he's absolutely going nowhere. Let's bring in our man Bryant West of the Kings Herald. Bryant, you've been hanging out with us all day in the chat room. What's good, my friend?
I'm unfortunately can't hear you guys. I'm sorry.
That's gonna make for a really difficult interview. If our guest can't hear us, that's gonna make for something really difficult.
Yeah, gotta be able to hear us.
That'd be a solid strategy as Bryant tries to log back in. He'll be back with us here shortly. But yeah, to get back to your point about the Luka Doncic, by the way, if you didn't see it, just kind of put a dagger, so to speak, in the Boston Celtics yesterday. And I know there are a lot of Celtics fans kind of frustrated with their roster right now, or with the way that they're playing right now. But Brad Stevens, getting rid of Brad Stevens, moving Brad Stevens, doing whatever with Brad Stevens, one, I don't think it's the answer, and two, it ain't gonna happen.
Look. I'm just saying. Available. That's the move. Okay, I'll stop. I was trying to do my best. First stage, stirring the pot a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. I'm off that.
Yep, I know what you're doing. Let's try Bryant. No, I guess this isn't working with Bryant. Let's, Jesse, I'm going to have you call Bryant here in just a minute. KC, go ahead and reconnect to the Comrex there. We're going to get Bryant on the phone as we're kind of stumbling through trying to get him here on the video feed as we roll along here talking about your Sacramento Kings. If you want to connect with the show, you absolutely can. 916-349-1320. We'd love to hear from you. Of course, you could take part in the conversation all day long through the full 4 hours here in the chat room on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. The idea wasn't to talk about the Sacramento. There were actually a number of other things that we wanted to dive into here today. But this conversation about the Sacramento Kings just kind of took off. And I'm anxious to talk to Brian about this article he wrote on Tyrese Halliburton and what he has seen from him in his studying of the tape, to steal a Sanjay Singh, Tim Maxwell, Luke Walton term that has really got him excited about this rookie's future.
This dude looks like a savant out there, especially when you talk about the pick and roll. He's got the pick and roll down to a science. Mm-hmm. When he gets the screen and he's able to go downhill, defenders have no idea about whether or not he's going to go for the floater, going to take it all the way to the cup, or give the alley-oop. And he reads it perfectly every single time. It's beautiful to watch. It really feels, Damian, unstoppable. Like, it feels like you can run a pick and roll with him every single time down court and you would get a good shot. Like, that's the feeling I got today after the way he was carving up the nets with.
I just can't help but going back to what his coach said on draft night. I feel like everything he said about him has come true. Okay, we've got Bryant West here on the phone with us as he joins us from the Kings Herald. Bryant, we appreciate you as always, my friend. Great work on that article about Tyrese Halliburton. As you were studying all of that film over the last couple of days, what stood out to you the most?
Well, when the Kings drafted him, I had a lot of reasons for optimism, as we talked about on draft day. Clearly he's this incredibly versatile player who really manages to make all of his teammates better and is a great defensive instinct kind of guy. But on draft day, I really wasn't sure he'd ever be a big-time shot maker, or at least certainly not early in his career. But it seems like every game now, and especially in that Nets game last night, he just shows off another shot I would have never predicted he'd be making as a rookie. That fadeaway in the end of the third quarter that gave them their lone lead of the game was just a kind of shot I never would have predicted he'd be making after watching him a bunch last year. So really, the improvement in his shot variance and just his ability to take and make big shots like that are a massive improvement from what I think he was showing last year at Iowa State.
Brian, I just got done talking about how Tyrese on the pick and roll is, I call him a savant with the pick and roll. Like, he understands and sees the right play to make. It seems like every single time, whether it's his floater, whether it's going all the way to the cup, or whether it's the alley-oop for the big man that's rolling to the basket. Can you talk about what you've seen from that? Have you seen the same thing? I mean, do you have numbers to back it up? Because it just seems flawless, absolutely flawless.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's been a real improvement in the last couple of games as Luke Waltons has really been playing him more with Marvin Bagley. Like, I would really love to see him get every minute with Marvin Bagley on the court, because the pick and rolls when he has either Bagley or Richaun Holmes running with him, it's just spectacular because defenses don't know what to do about it. When he was kind of playing with that second bench unit and he was playing with Hassan Whiteside, I thought that he was really trusting Hassan Whiteside to be a lot more than he is. And he was throwing up lobs that, Hassan could have caught in his rookie year, but not anymore. So I absolutely love seeing Halliburton run pick and rolls with the Kings' two starting big men. And I hope to see a lot more of that in the future, because I agree with you. It's dangerous a shot the Kings can generate right now.
Mm-hmm. Bryant West of the Kings Hearld with us here on D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. You talked about running Tyrese with the big men. What about Tyrese and De'Aaron Fox? This feels like the perfect backcourt for the Sacramento Kings' future.
Absolutely. I think that was the main reason a lot of us were really optimistic about the selection of Tyrese back in November, was that on paper he seemed such a fantastic fit with De'Aaron Fox, a kind of guy who didn't need to control the ball in order to be effective and contribute in a whole bunch of ways on offense. But one reason I was really enthusiastic about the fit was that last season at Iowa State, Halliburton shot 49% on catch and shoot shots, which is the 99th percentile for all college players. So it really was going to be this fantastic catch and shoot player, which is who you want to surround De'Aaron Fox with. But to go back to his shooting improvement, I just want to note, last season at Iowa State, he shot 28% on jumpers off the dribble. And making them over the nets last night. I mean, he had so many shot-stopping pops where it was just like, man, the improvement from the end of his Iowa State career to now is just insane. And I don't honestly know that I've been as impressed with a Kings rookie as I was last night with Tyrese Halliburton's first half barrage. It was just incredible to watch him do that sidestep on DeAndre Jordan was great. And like Kenny said, he doesn't need to just be a shooter. He was getting in the cup. He was drawing attention. He was winging passes to Harrison Barnes over in the corner. Like, any kind of shot improvement from Tyrese Halliburton is just going to unlock everything else in his game, which was already great to begin with. So it's the exact kind of stuff you'd love to see in a rookie.
That boy works on his game. You can tell that he works on his game and he improves on his game. And you saw that from the time that he left Iowa State into where he's at now in the NBA. Let me ask you a question. The last couple of days, I've been kind of, banging the drum to have Buddy Hield come out of the starting lineup. And I know the natural decision to replace him would be with Tyrese Halliburton. And I understand that. I get that. I've kind of said maybe DeQuan Jeffries starting at the two-guard spot, just so you can keep Tyrese, at least for this year, not for the future, but this year, keep him with that second unit. And maybe he can help Buddy start to find a shot and find a rhythm. And also, you mix and match his minutes with, like you mentioned, Marvin Bagley and Richaun Holmes, so he can get that pick and roll action going. Is that a crazy idea to take Buddy out of the starting position, but still keep Tyrese on the bench?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. If you just look at the stats over the last month, Tyrese Halliburton is just blowing Buddy Hield out of the water in terms of efficiency. And he's already one of the Kings' best, 4 or 5 defenders, and we've never been able to say that about Buddy. So I completely agree with you. There's going to be a point where Luke Waltons just has to make that switch, and I hope it's sooner rather than later. But, if I can offer one silver lining for Buddy, I do remember that last year, Buddy really didn't get going until he was on the bench for Bogdanovich. So if there's any reason for optimism, I mean, maybe playing with the second unit kind of pisses Buddy off again. Maybe that's what we need. But I agree with you. It's time for Tyrese Halliburton to start. It's good that he's getting 40 minutes off the bench, but there's no reason that he shouldn't be running with the the first lineup as much as possible.
Well, look, Brian, that's what I was saying, though. I was saying Tyrese, obviously, a lot of people like yourself, Damien, think that he should start. I suggested starting DeQuan, keeping Tyrese on the bench. He still plays 35 to 40 minutes or whatever the case may be, but you keep that second unit because I think that's just a really depleted part of this roster is that second unit. You keep Tyrese there. Hopefully you can get Buddy going. Maybe you improve your defense a little bit with DeQuan. But I was looking at that as an option. What do you think about that?
I also don't think that's crazy. If I was Luke Walton, I'd seriously look at starting either one of those. I'd probably lean towards Halliburton just because I think he unlocks more of the offense. But I'm as much of a DeQuan Jeffries fan as anybody here. And I think his defense is a tremendous asset for a team that really lacks wing defense. So if he's the one that Luke Walton wants to run into the starting lineup, and Halliburton, Buddy Hield off the bench could do a lot of excellent things for Sacramento's otherwise kind of stagnant offense in the second unit. So I don't think that's crazy.
Bryant, you're the best, man. Thanks for all the amazing work you do at the King's Herald. Look forward to having you on again real soon, man. Thank you.
Brian.
Appreciate you guys.
Brian, before you go, real quick, is my man Jalen Green up there number one yet? You see what he's doing in the double.
I have been watching, and I've been a lot more impressed with him than I thought I was going to be. He's a lot of fun to watch, and he certainly is pretty dang efficient for a dude who's taking some crazy shots. Although he's definitely not going to be in my number one, but he's got the attention to the top four.
Okay, I'll take it.
Right.
I'll take it. He need to be in Sacramento next year. That's where he needs to be.
Official draft analyst for the King's Herald and for D'Lo and KC. That's Bryant West. Thanks, Brian. Again, we appreciate you so much. We're back with more with D'Lo and KC here on Twitch, on YouTube, on radio.com, and on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320. Ooh, I saw a tweet. No, go ahead. You good?
Okay.
I saw a tweet in here that I about fell out in the middle of that conversation. I'm going to have to scroll back a while to find it, but y'all had me. I had to close the chat. It started with Deuce, but there was one other one in here. Oh, here it is. We need a GoFundMe page to upgrade Casey's tech. Whatever's left, we give to Metu. Y'all are wilding today. That caught me in the interview. I was like, nope, gotta closing the chat. Gonna have to remove myself from this conversation. Can't take part in it. Nope. Roddy, man, this is so played, bro. I hate this. You know who cares who starts? The guys on the floor care who starts. And you know what Tyrese starting would do? Might eliminate some bad starts that this team is having defensively. They gave up 4,000 points in the first quarter yesterday, give or take. And I know Tyrese played the most minutes. Like I know all of that. And I by the way, I agree with Bishop. I like Kenny's idea, but it's hashtag Tyrese time. Like he's that guy. Yeah, he is that guy. I don't know if you're still watching, Bryant, but I got your text, man. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about missing the video, man. That's no big deal. You sounded marvelous on the radio, despite the fact that Deuce was making fun of your phone. It's all good. It's all good, man. We appreciate you. Thanks, buddy. Chat challenge. Get Damien to close the chat. Y'all, Rich, come on now. Come on, man, knock it off. It happens a lot more than you know, and because of where the camera is placed, you can probably see like my eyes move. That's probably when I'm looking at the chat. Like I close this conversation a lot more than I tell you guys about. But that one about starting a GoFundMe for Casey's tech and then giving the rest to Med too. That was like, all right, I can't deal with. I've got to close this. Can't deal with you guys right now. Yeah, man, that's hashtag Tyrese time, man. Let's go. Oh man, look, Murph, no way. I love it. Let's go. Kings allow the second most points in the first quarter. Only the Wizards give up more. 30.7. Man, good work, Will. Will, what do you do, man? Are you like I don't even know what to say. But you're great. I don't know what Will does for a living, but Will, you are fantastic. We'll be running them numbers. All right, what y'all want? What you want to do, Ramsey? Talk to you, man. Get KC back in here. What y'all want to do, man? You tell me. Yeah, I again, like we have a sheet in front of us that we work on for hours and hours and hours, and in no way, shape, or form does it have 3 hours of Kings conversation. We've got Alex Smith stuff in here, dude. It's just the conversation kind of ran. I mean,
we didn't even do one-on-one yet.
Yeah, we pretty much booted one-on-one out the door. At least we got our questions for tomorrow. One-on-one is ready for tomorrow. Art Rooney, Des Bryant. Oh, Kenny's talking about Michigan again, for goodness sakes. Yes, indeed. You could hit us up on the phone lines as well. 916-349-1320. We're with you all the way until 4 o'clock today. Thank you so much for letting us be a part of your day. I think we got my man Murph here on the phone. Murph,
okay.
What's good, baby?
Can't tell the TV. I'm on the radio.
Okay. Hey, okay.
Hey,
That's okay.
it's like what the whole thing about switching this starting lineup is when you have Buddy in there, how many deficits has this team had to come back from? When Halliburton comes off the bench, 10, 15, and you double digits. So then what happens? Then all your energy is put into coming back from the game instead of at least being, 2 points behind or even winning the game.
Yeah.
I feel like with Halliburton coming and starting, like you said, with the defense, you can have that lead not be such a deficit where you're playing your starters more minutes or, everything has to click to come back. Like, I know there's NBA runs, and I know the teams are going to give up these deficits, but all the energy that is just, Kenny knows you play basketball. When you're down by 10, 15 points, you're constantly, especially on back-to-backs, you're constantly have to fight to catch up or even try to win that game. Everything has to click. And if for some reason, I don't know, with an 8-game losing streak, why you constantly, and I understand there's injuries, and I understand the team is 12-12 when this starting lineup is intact together. But as of right now, things got to change. And if Buddy's not out there and he's not getting rebounds and steals like he did when he wanted that big-time contract, then what is he out there for if he's going to shoot 2 of 11, 36% from three? Like, he's not helping us. Like I said, it's cute. It's cute that he is second to Steph Curry in three-pointers this year, but boy has to hit, shoot 15 to get those 2 to 3 to even match Steph. But
Yeah.
Things need to change, man. That's all I'm saying. Things just need to change. This is not working.
Never change, Murph. You're the man, buddy.
Man.
Love you too, brother. Appreciate you. Man, Murph dog.
Hey, Murph was right. The only thing I'll say about that is the thing that needs to change if you're Luke Walton is the health, and you're getting your health back. That's the only thing. But look,
You really believe that?
Well, I still would make the move. I still think ultimately, I think that's what it is. But Luke Walton is giving that starting unit an opportunity to be together and see if they can recapture what they had weeks ago. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, I get your point, but I just like you're talking about, all he needs is health. Like, that's fine. Buddy hasn't been injured.
No, he hasn't.
That's my problem. Like, but Buddy wasn't. We've been over this on a number of occasions. Buddy's performance, win or lose, is exactly the same. That's my problem. Whether De'Aaron is in the lineup or Marvin is in the lineup or Richaun Holmes is in the lineup or Harrison Barnes is in the lineup, Buddy is doing the exact same thing. That's my problem.
Not enough. You're right. You're 100% right.
Can I mention, and I'm not, that's the only flaw I find in what Luke Walton was saying. Like, I get Luke wants to ride this out and see what happens and give it another game or two. But what does that mean? Like, a loss to New York? Because remember, he was asked about changes, and he goes, yeah, we're looking at everything. And then they beat the Knicks and goes, we're not looking at that anymore. He's the most reactionary guy. He's worse than sports fans. Like, we react like instantly. Like, Luke was like, we won. I ain't got to make a change. We good.
That's not how that went.
What do you mean? That's exactly how it went. Yo, get the tape. Watch the tape. Somebody, hey, I'm sorry. Let me speak Kenny's language. Can somebody send him the newspaper article the day after Luke Walton? Luke Walton was asked. We played the soundbite. Oh, we're looking at everything, James. I believe that's what he said. We're looking at everything, James. And they beat the New York Knicks, and he was asked. You mentioned before the game, are you still looking at making changes? Essentially, he said, and I'm going to paraphrase.
No,
we won. What you talking about? We won. I ain't got to make no changes. I'm Luke effing Walton. I ain't got to do nothing. It's like, okay, so everything gets corrected again if they beat the Knicks. The Knicks appear to be the most important team that the Sacramento Kings play every year.
They're always on time. Ashanti. Yeah. So if they win,
that was a smash, by the way.
That was a smash. Was that your time?
Oh, yeah. Your time there? Oh, my gosh. I must have played that song 4,000 times a week. Absolutely.
A week.
You think I'm playing? Absolutely. Every hour and 15 minutes, 7 days a week. Bet.
Oh, man. I'm just saying, Luke sees that this team hasn't been playing with the full deck for this whole little losing streak.
Mm-hmm.
Gets them back. They played a decent game against Brooklyn. They lose, but they play a decent game. Give them another couple games, another game or two, to try and figure this out. See if they have something there. If not,
one more loss. That's all they got.
Okay, maybe that's where he's at too.
But that's silly to me. Well, yeah, that's because if they win, then it's like, oh, everything's fine. We don't need to make changes. See, I told you when the full lineup is back, we don't need to make changes. Meanwhile, again, the numbers exactly the same.
And if
Buddy scores 30 tomorrow, I'll shut the hell up. If Buddy,
he got to score 30 tomorrow. If they win tomorrow, if they win another 7 of 8, 5 of 6.
But I'm gonna keep saying the same thing. If Buddy keeps being 3 for 11.
That he needs to be on the bench?
Yes.
Okay.
Because ain't nothing changed.
Okay.
Nothing's changed.
I mean, what'd you say earlier? You're not wrong.
I've lost track.
Did you say you're not wrong, or you said something to that effect?
No, you were talking about fair. You said it's that unfair. Fair, and I said that's not unfair.
That's how I feel about what you're saying. I get you, partner.
Hedge your bets all day with D'Lo and KC from 12 to 4, or with our lukewarm takes here, in which our chat room will completely annihilate you for having one bad take on the Phoenix Suns, and you can't let it down.
Fam, the chat room got on Murph Dog.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
they leave Murph alone. Well, the chat room got on you too. You didn't see what they were saying.
What they get on me for?
What they was talking about. They said one of my favorite messages of the day had said, "Start up a GoFundMe for Kenny's Tech, and then give the rest to Metu," which ties in about 3 hours worth of jokes. So that's always good stuff. If you want to be a part of the conversation, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on That's No Lie. You better have some thick skin if you're jumping in that chat room, and that goes for me and Kenny too. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Kenny Caraway, Damian Barling, thrilled that you are here with us, and I think we got Philip here with us as well. Philip, what's going on, man?
Hey, man. Love the show, calling in first time caller. All your talk about Buddy Heald really got me in a certain way.
Okay.
And Buddy Heald is driving me insane. And I don't really know what to do about it anymore. Deadline's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he has been put in this closing lineup in his most essential position, which is to catch and shoot threes. And when Halliburton's in the lineup, I feel like I thought it would open up his game completely as the year's gone along, and it's just not happening, and it is literally driving me crazy. And Luke Walton's rotations continue to make no sense.
Yeah, we're with you there, man. We appreciate you, Philip. There was a little feedback, so I had to drop you out of the chat there, man. Sorry, brother. But can I just note I'm with you 100%.
I hate the chat. I hate these guys.
See, you've got to learn to be like me. I've closed the chat so we could focus on our radio show. Can you focus? Hey, look it right here. It's me and you, baby. We're right here. You've got to get out of the chat. And I knew as soon as Philip started talking, I was like, okay, there's something wrong. Like I'm hearing myself in my ear. There's something terrible happened, and I immediately closed the chat. Like he's gonna catch one.
Yeah,
he's gonna catch one on the chat. But
Philip was speaking facts, though.
But I'm with you, Philip. Like I'm with you in this. Like I don't understand. I mean, I don't hate that Luke cut the rotation down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He only played 8 guys last night.
No.
I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. I thought it was weird that he didn't play Hassan Whiteside after Hassan had 26 and 16, which shows you how. I don't know if this would be the proper way to phrase it. It shows you how circumstantial that 26 and 16 was against Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Like Luke saw that. Like
that wasn't real.
that ain't it.
I'm
we know that ain't it.
I'm not falling for the okie doke. What's your
not falling for the banana
line?
in the tailpipe?
Yeah.
You're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. That's what that is right there. Luke wasn't having it. Yeah, Luke wasn't having it. But my frustration lied more with the fact, and then this was the start of Philip's call there is with Buddy Heald. The fact that you didn't give Daquan Jeffries, who I thought has played really, really well over the course of the stretch with guys out, you didn't give him more run last night. And
I wanted to see.
Yeah, you gave Buddy that 36 minutes, and I think Daquan kept that at like 15 or 16. It's like, hey man, come on.
You could have easily cut Buddy's minutes down by 10 minutes and gave that 10 to Daquan. Buddy, that would still have Buddy at 26. Even if you want to say 7, you want to get specific 7 or whatever. But the biggest issue that I had with Luke Walton last night was Kings cut the lead to 1. 110, 109 Nets. De'Aaron Fox step back jump shot, step back 3, buries it. It's a 1-point game. Nets call a timeout. 7:07 left on the clock in the game. And coming out of that timeout, Buddy Hield comes on the floor. And I'm sitting there immediately like, why the hell is 24 back in the game?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, and you know what's funny about that is what did we for how many games in a row did he talk about the flow of the closing unit with Bagley on the bench? Well, I didn't want to interrupt what we were doing. It was like excuse after excuse after excuse as to why he didn't put Bagley in or as to why he didn't make a change. But when it comes to Buddy, I don't give a damn about the flow of the game. We've got to get Buddy back in there because we're praying for him to hit that damn 3. We're praying for him to get hot.
And he already hit his 2 threes that he's going to hit for the game.
Yeah.
That was it. The quota was reached.
Frustrating, man. I feel like I've spent 3 hours bitching about Buddy Hield.
Yeah, and you know what? Another thing about that.
Yeah, you did. But that's fine.
Well, I mean, I've been right there with you, and I mentioned yesterday on the post-game vibes about how it reminds me of one of these years. I believe it was Gregor Blanco. He was just stinking it up for the Giants, stinking it up. And I would tweet every night. I'd be like, oh, here comes an out. Terrible. He stinks or whatever. And it got to a point, because I'm not just a cold-hearted guy, right? Got to a point where it was like, you know what? We all see what's going on, all right? I don't need to tweet it out every single time. I don't need to talk about it. We all see it. And it feels that way with Buddy Hield. We all know he's struggling. We all know, as my grandmother would say, he can't hit the broadside of a barn, all right? Okay. Until he's moved out of the lineup, what more can we really say about that?
How does your grandma use that reference, by the way?
She usually uses it with baseball when somebody, strikes out. Oh, he couldn't hit the broadside of the barn. But she used it with Buddy Hield.
I was going to say, is grandma a boxing fan too, right?
No, she don't watch boxing.
I don't know why I formulated that opinion, but
only me and the Queen Bee watch boxing.
Okay.
My mom will hop in there sometimes, with the big fights, when we have the fight.
They still have big fights?
Absolutely.
Oh, back when we used to have parties several years ago. I remember those vaguely.
Long time ago.
I vaguely remember
those.
We
don't have a big one this weekend, though. Thanks to Canelo facing a bum.
I don't know.
Facing a tomato can.
I don't know what. Isn't that most boxing matches?
Stop.
So stop nothing. That's why people stopped watching boxing.
Relax.
Okay, no. You're a dying breed, my friend. you're a dying breed. You're a boxing fan and a black dude who watches baseball. There are not many of you out there, my brother.
Boxing's still here though, baby.
But you know what's funny though? I talk all that trash about baseball. I know you saw this yesterday. How much love did your Giants hat with your Russell Westbrook bright orange long sleeve tee? Oh man, that was like, yo, did y'all click the link or did you listen to what he was, or you just saw the Giants hat and got excited for baseball season?
So I literally,
like it's February 24th, talking about, hey, I see a Giants hat and you're not talking baseball. Anthony texted like, yeah, get used to it. Get comfortable in that position.
Welcome to the show. Look. The funny thing about that is, like, I have a Giants hat. I have a couple Giants hats. Giants are my favorite team, absolutely, hands down. But Damian, I'm all about fashion. Like,
indeed,
I have a Pirates hat. I have a River Cats hat. I have a Yankees hat. I have a Braves hat. I have a Nationals hat. I have an A's hat. First A's hat I ever bought. And I really only bought it because last year, for the brief stint of Little League that was Reese's season, he was on the A's. So I bought an A's hat. But I have all type of baseball hats. So me wearing a Giants hat yesterday.
And you're ignoring the fact you're wearing a Harvard hat.
Yeah, shout out to my cousin Justin. He got me this Harvard dad hat a couple Christmases ago. Shout out to him.
Does he go to Harvard?
No.
Why did he get you the Harvard hat?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Logical. I'm the African actor. I'm doing it like I would open the gift like, yo, fam, what the hell is this? Like, what you? My takes are Ivory League. Like, what are you talking about? What is this?
Yeah, man.
I said Ivy.
Yeah, see, get him, chat. Get him,
chat needs to calm down. You know what's great about all of this is Deuce is the ringleader. Like, Deuce got time today. That's what it is.
That Deuce, he's an S starter, as my grandmother would also say.
And you know what would be fantastic is, because it's Deuce and Mo, it would be fantastic if we found out it was Mo behind all of this.
Mo is sitting there with the dog in her lap, making all these comments.
Yeah, it's funny.
Chat.
I hear that's a new thing in sports talk radio where you bring your dog to the show, but that's just what I. That's just what I heard. I see Deuce. What? I see Deuce and Mo, and all of. I guess it's a trend. Like, my dogs are here. I guess when you're behind, you do whatever you could do. So we keep it moving here. We'll talk more Kings basketball. I'm gonna need Kenny to come. I might have lost Kenny. I've lost Kenny for. Oh my God, you've killed Kenny. Oh dear.
I'm done.
It's my fault.
I'm done.
I apologize.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
Let me just play some air horns.
Okay. So the Kings lose last night, 127 to 118. We really should talk about something else here. Again, we've had a slate of really. Did you read the GQ article with Alex Smith? Like, that was tremendous.
I didn't read, but talk to me about that. I saw some stuff about that.
What about John Lynch saying today? Like, I 100% believe Jimmy Garoppolo is our starting quarterback next year. Like, do you believe
we
that?
believe him? When will we? These guys have been saying
Jimmy Garoppolo.
They've been saying it like every week for the past 4 months, and everybody's like, "No, he's just saying that. He don't believe that."
Is Jimmy Garoppolo the Buddy Healed of the San Francisco 49ers?
No, he produces more than Buddy Healed. But as far as the vitriol from certain fans, don't give me that look. Don't give me that. He definitely does produce more. Jimmy Garoppolo went to the Super Bowl. Stop it.
That was a lot. Yeah, I mean, Buddy Healed once finished 7th in 3-point shooting.
Stop it.
Both of those were a long time ago.
Stop it. But Jimmy Garoppolo went to the Super Bowl.
When?
A long time ago. It was a year ago. What do you mean a long time ago?
That's the same time Buddy Healed finished 7th in 3-point shooting.
Stop.
We got short-term memories, fans. We've got short-term memories here.
My memory's only long when it fits my argument.
Did you get that from your grandma too?
No,
That's a good one.
I created that.
That's a good one. It's like you asked, we're like, when are we going to believe John Lynch and when are we going to believe Kyle Shanahan that Jimmy Garoppolo is the guy? When Jimmy Garoppolo is under center week 1 taking the snap. That's when we're, and not a second before.
They still ain't going to move him. They're going to be like, oh, well,
it's going to be hard to deny.
Deadline.
Well, okay, that, yeah, sure. Well, nothing.
And then they'll talk about the next offseason. They're like, well, Jimmy's starting week 1, but we all know when this season's over, it's done.
Does Jimmy Garoppolo for Buddy Hield fix everybody's problems? Can Buddy Hield throw?
I wonder if Jimmy can shoot.
Some would say he shot a shot with Aaron Andrews. I don't think that he did, but some would say that. I don't think that he did,
that.
by the way.
Yeah,
I think he
out
was
of
just
pocket
saying.
for that.
Yeah, I was thinking. What'd he say? Like,
feels great, baby.
Yeah, that was it. I don't think he meant baby. Like, no, like I say, what's good, baby? Like 10 times a show, and like Jimmy was like ripped for that. Like, oh, he called Aaron Andrews baby. He's like, nah, I don't.
Because see, that's all they do that's all they do with Jimmy is just rip him. Nobody gives a good, sensible, realistic outlook like I do of Jimmy. I say Jimmy's a good quarterback, and he's made of porcelain. That is fair. Everybody else wants to call him a scrub. He ain't a scrub.
I don't know how many people would call your arguments for Jimmy Garoppolo sensible.
What have I said crazy about Jimmy?
I mean, you've made some references to. I think you were maybe the rest of the world was like here for Jimmy Garoppolo at like a 5, and you was about at a 9.5 when it comes to
scrub. The man's not a scrub.
I don't think anybody was calling. I don't think anybody was calling Jimmy Garoppolo a scrub.
All I said is he should be the starting quarterback, and you should. No, I don't want to trade for Matt Stafford instead of Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think you were wrong. I think you were wrong about that.
And even then, I was like, okay, whatever. Stafford gets here, he gets here.
A little bit, like right before it was too late. But
if he gets here, he gets here. It's whatever. But Jimmy's fine as a starter. You have. Well, first I said you draft a quarterback. I'm moving back off of that. I don't need a 4th round quarterback out of TCU just to draft a person. Okay,
TCU.
They hadn't been the same since LT left. But I don't need that. Maybe you just run it back with Rosen, maybe Beathard as the 3rd guy, and Jimmy is your starter, and you look to draft a quarterback the following offseason.
Is Beathard still under contract?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is he really? Oh.
Beathard actually, he actually, I thought he was the biggest scrub as the season was going along. But in those games that he played, the last 2 games or so, he ended up being a decent backup. Mm-hmm. That's what he showed me. He's a decent backup. He may not make it to the next contract, but right now he's a decent backup.
I read that to you out loud as soon as I saw it, and it was just like I do kind of feel bad for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan because this is just something. I mean, maybe it's probably not going to end until the draft. Either that, because I keep thinking about the Deshaun Watson situation, and will it quiet down if Deshaun Watson is traded? If Deshaun Watson is traded tomorrow to anywhere but San Francisco, I think the conversation about the quarterback, no matter how many times John Lynch says it, he could get it tattooed on his arm. John Lynch, Hall of Famer, Jimmy Garoppolo is the quarterback at the start of the 2021 season. And I still think people would be like, oh, okay. But what if, and the draft gets here, and I think that's when the conversation will finally die down.
They've literally sat out all quarterback controversies and questions and rumors the entire offseason, and nobody still believes them. They sat out Stafford. They sat out Carson Wentz. I mean, I don't think they're sitting out Deshaun Watson. I think they'll get involved in that one. Yeah, I think they'll get involved in that one. But, I mean, I think aside from Watson, you just run it back with Jimmy.
If you could ask John Lynch one question today in which he would be complete live on the radio right here in front of everybody, and he'd be completely transparent, he would tell you the honest God's truth. What would you ask him?
Would you trade Bosa for Deshaun Watson?
Oh, okay.
I'd want to know what he'd say about that because I'd make the move.
I'd be really curious to know like how much validity there is to the Tom Brady stuff from last year.
Oh, I think.
Well, and how far like that, how far did it go, and why didn't why didn't you pull the trigger on it if
maybe
Tom
that's
Brady
the better
wanted
question.
to come here?
Why
Well, that's a
didn't you?
past question. That's like that's like looking for dirt. Like that has no bearing on the future. Like your question is a good one. But I'm because you hear all of this stuff all of the time, and you hear it enough that it just sits in your memory, and you can believe that it's true, but you have no idea if this stuff is true. Like the reports went from, the San Francisco 49ers kicked the tires on Tom Brady, to use that played out term. And then it became Tom Brady really wanted to come to San Francisco. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. He did?
True.
Like, wait a minute. Which one was it? Like they just like, because exploring, like inquiring about Tom Brady could be as simple as, hey, what's Tom thinking? Talking to his agent. What's Tom thinking? Like, is he interested in the NFC? Like, does he have a preferred destination? Is he already decided? Or is it like, hey, what do we got to do to get Tom Brady here? Or is it Tom Brady's people calling, the 49ers going, hey, Tommy really wants to come to San Francisco. And John going, we're good, man. We've got Jimmy. We've got Jimmy. He's younger and he's equally as good looking. We're good.
See, and I think that's almost how it went. But I think John instead said, well, all right, we'll talk to you. We'll talk. Let me talk to Kyle. Let's kick some things around and figure some things out. And they talked for, a day or week or a couple weeks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came back
to
Brady and them and said, we're gonna stick with what we got right now. They thought about it. And I think Brady wanted to go there. I think that was Brady's first choice.
Man. That's the question I would need answered. One thing that we haven't really done today, KC, is the second half of the NBA schedule came out. We have it here in front.
My gosh. The last game day I did was like 2 years ago. It feels like it. You're paused right now. There's a D-Lo and KC right in front of me. Got to figure out how to get it off. Ugh. Damn. Bruh. Oh, they was on it. They was on it, like in a good way. Come on, man. I said the same thing. I said, come on, man. Deuce, no, I do not bet horse racing. I don't know anything about horse racing. I do know that who's supposed to be facing Floyd? I think it's Logan. Is it Logan? I think it's Logan. I don't know. Those kids are clowns. They rich. Yeah, you off the screen. D-Lo and KC is not off the screen though. How you take that off? Oh, I was in banners. There we go. Oh, no, not that. We'll go with it right now. There we go. I'm back. Let's see. Bruh, Alfonso. These are Mission tortilla chips. My favorite. Mission tortilla chips. Bomb. All kinds. This is the I forgot which kind these are, but you can everybody. I'm not putting anything out there that don't nobody know. Everybody know the Mission tortilla chips are bomb. They are salty. I probably shouldn't have too many of them, but not that good.
Boom. Boom. All right, we in.
There we go. I don't really do salsa too much. I will, but I'm good with plain. I mean, salsa. If the salsa's here, I'm gonna do it. But I got these in between breaks, so I just like put some on a plate. Came back up here.
Yeah, my whole system's shut down. Like the computer just says, "Screw this, I'm out," and like everything shut off. I got 3 screens in front of me, every single one of them turned off. Oh, we good. I'm sick of your crap. We're out of here. Making remarks about dogs. I'm out. I see Deuce heard that. I was really just hoping Deuce and Mo heard that. I'm glad that wasn't lost.
Is it windy in the Thomas today? That's what the streets are saying.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's brutal. I don't know what it is right now. I hate it's 28 miles per hour right now. I can hear it every once in a while. Okay. Yeah, we in here if you want to be a part of the conversation. For the final 40-plus minutes of the show, we'll be with you commercial-free until the top of the 4 o'clock hour. We ain't going nowhere, and we hope that you won't either. We've got the second half of the Sacramento Kings schedule. We mentioned that it opens up at the Golden One Center against Houston. Gets interesting after that. 6 games on the road. We'll dive into that a little bit as we roll along here in this final hour. I think it was Joseph that we got on the line with us here, 916-349-1320. If you want to jump in and be a part of the conversation, we would absolutely love to hear from you. Again, 916-349-1320. Joseph, what's going on, baby?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate you guys on getting your 4th hour. I don't call a lot, but I listen every day.
My man.
You guys' program.
Thanks, man.
Congratulating you guys.
Oh, that's
Thank
dope,
you,
man. Appreciate you.
Also, are my Raiders stuck with Derek Carr for a couple more years?
Yep. No, forever. You're stuck with Derek Carr forever, just like the San Francisco 49ers are stuck with Jimmy Garoppolo forever. Dude, those two quarterbacks are so similar. Like, they're good. They're not really appreciated by the organization or the fan base, but they're good. And I don't know how much longer you're going to have them. I think for next year. But after that, it'll be interesting. I think the Raiders have outs like every year. They could just move on from Derek Carr anytime they want to.
Do. Joseph, I want to ask you, Joseph, real quick though. What'd you think about? I thought Derek Carr had a solid season this year. I thought he played well. So for you to say you're stuck with him,
he'll never take us to a Super Bowl, in my opinion. That's my gut opinion.
Can't dispute that.
Yeah, I'm with you in the sense, or both of you in the sense that, and thanks, Joseph. Thanks for the kind words, man, and thanks for listening, and thanks for the call, man. We very much do appreciate it. I thought he played really well.
I thought he did too.
Ramsey says I'd rather have Derek Carr over Jimmy Garoppolo.
Whatever. The Sun Devils suck.
Okay, what did that? Well, wait a minute. What did that have to do with anything? Sir, that is called deflecting. I believe you were deflecting. Derek Carr has this year and next year on his contract. He's a free agent in 2023. But Jesse, can you check into this? I think and it might be too late for the Raiders to get out of it this upcoming year. But I felt like for the last, including this season that just ended, the Raiders had a series of. It's basically a year-to-year deal with Derek Carr at this point. But I could be wrong in that sense. It's the same as Amari Cooper. Once this season is complete with the Dallas Cowboys, Amari Cooper's on a year-to-year deal, and Dallas is almost certainly going to get out of it. So he's locked in for this year?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Will this be the last year for Derek Carr?
Yeah, I think so too. But quarterback infidelity. I just don't know what. I don't know what you're going to do with. I don't know. I'm not the biggest Gruden fan, and you're not going to get me to launch into it. I feel like I've yelled at the clouds enough today. I'm not going to yell at John Gruden, man. I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to do it. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in the final 40 minutes or so of this show. Of course, the chat room, stay popping, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. If you're watching us on YouTube, please make sure that you hit the thumbs up there. That's super, super important. Make sure that you subscribe as well. We sure enough would appreciate it. So the second half of the schedule is out a little bit earlier than I expected. All of the primetime games have been announced, all of that good stuff. No one cares. Let's talk about. They've got a number of NBA TV games.
Really? I'm surprised to hear that.
Does that count?
Kinda. That's like the Sunny Select version of a national TV game.
Okay, Dallas twice.
Shasta Soda version of
Shasta
national
slander.
TV. Yeah.
2 games against Dallas, 1 game against Golden State, 1 game against the Los Angeles Lakers. Those are the 4 NBA TV games that the Sacramento Kings have. But we mentioned that they open up their second half of the season against the Houston Rockets, a team that has beaten them twice already. That'll be game 37 for the Kings. That's on March 11th. They will immediately hit the road. Atlanta, Charlotte, Washington, Boston, Philadelphia, and Cleveland.
Woo.
That'll be their second and final East Coast road trip of the season, and then they'll come back for 3 at home. And we don't need to go through this entire schedule, but there's a couple of notes here. They have the away game with San Antonio. They'll play in Texas. They'll play the Spurs twice on the 29th and then again on the 31st. They'll do the same with Minnesota. They'll play a back-to-back against Minnesota on April 20th and April 21st, but that'll be at the Golden One Center. And they'll do, again, they have a couple of these throughout this second part of the season. Oklahoma City will be spending a couple of days in Sacramento. May 9th, May 11th, they'll play the Oklahoma City Thunder twice at the Golden One Center, and then 2 games against Memphis at the very end of the season on the 13th and 14th. And I assume that those are the makeup games that we lost earlier this year. So that's the schedule. The final game is to be played on Sunday, May 16th against the Utah Jazz at the Golden One Center. So we're looking at March 11th to May 16th to finish up the second half of this season.
I'm going to ask you a question. This is kind of off the wall here, but it's a little heat check here.
Okay.
Temperature check, I should say, is what I got to do. Think we get some fans at the Golden One Center this year?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I'm just temperature. You're consistent with that. I don't know. I can't say either way because
I'm not saying I didn't mean to frame that as if I know. Like just my I feel my gut definitively says no. I don't think that we are. I'm sure the Kings would love it. Maybe I mean May.
That's what I was thinking. Now that they're going into May, they may, no pun intended.
It's so hard, man. Like I can no longer wrap my brain around like what we're dealing with. You know what I mean? Right? Like we're doing, you and I, we've launched a radio show and a stream like in our house. I'm almost at the point where I'd love for you to be sitting, 5, 6, 7 feet from me or whatever the case may be. But I'm also like, we have put so much work into launching this show from our house. I'm going to be furious the second they say go back to the studio. Like, I'm going to be pissed because we're going to have to, bring the lights in and the camera in. It's basically going to be like starting a new show all over again. Certainly my entire computer system won't shut down like it did a few moments ago during the commercial break. But, hey, it happens. I can't get a grasp for it. Like, it's been a year, dude.
Wow.
It's been a full freaking year that we've been living like this. I mean, the anniversary of the life really, really shutting down is coming up in like 2 weeks. Like I look at that March 11th date as such a definitive date. Like when the NBA shut down, every other major league followed right after that. The state of California was shut down. That was a Wednesday. It was shut down March 13th, that Friday. And nothing has been the same since.
Yeah, it hasn't. To answer the question that I asked, I think they will have fans in there. I think they will.
Hey, if you can safely do it, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think they will at some point. A lot of people on the chat are like, no, California won't do it. They'll be one of the last places to do it. Well, they literally are like the last place right now with New York going back in. I don't think they're doing it in Illinois, but I'm having a hard time of thinking of places that aren't doing it now.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if the fact that New York is doing it, like, again, if you can rewind a year, New York was figuratively, it was a war zone with this virus. Like, it was bad. And obviously when you have a state like that with that many people in that small of an area, it was going to be bad. So the fact that they've started to, loosen those restrictions a little bit, and then there are political things that are going on here and all of that sort of stuff with the governor. But it's just amazing how the last year has gone for all of us. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here on the conversation. I think we got Eric here. Eric, what's good, baby?
Hey, my oldest is in seventh grade. Been at the same school for the past 4 years, and then this year he's at the middle school. And people in my neighborhood are like, "Oh, how'd you like it?" And I always say the same thing. He hasn't been yet. I don't know. He's liking the classes, okay, but school he hasn't made it to.
Yeah.
As far as opening up the stadiums again, I think we need to see some fully vaccinated events, because that's an encouragement. Obviously, we know that's the key to getting us where we're trying to be, is getting everybody fully vaccinated. You show me you got both shots in 2 weeks since the last one, and it's wide the F open. That'll get people going. On the topic of the 49ers, I'm not a huge Jimmy Garoppolo guy, but you got to say, the dude gets wins. His wins over replacement has got to be one of the most astronomical figures in sports figures, although, statistics lie. But Kenny said that he was made of porcelain. Another Jimmy on the 49ers was made of porcelain until he wasn't, and that's Jimmy Ward, who is dope. So I just thought that Jimmy might have a big year.
Okay.
And, I'm here for it.
Okay. I mean, we'd all be here for it if it happened. Thanks, Eric. Eric had something to say about everything, man. We appreciate that.
He was tapped in. He was tapped in.
Good looking.
He talks about the schools out of nowhere, Damien. The schools are like getting aggressive. We're like, yo, we're opening up. Bring them back. I'm like, whoa, where did this come from? But that's for another day, for another topic. But he talked about Jimmy, and I'm not here to say Jimmy is Patrick Mahomes or anything close to it. But he's right. When he plays, his teams have a great chance of winning. And when he plays, he's a pretty good quarterback. He's a pretty good quarterback. That's all I ever said about Jimmy Garoppolo. Is when he's able to play, he's a pretty good quarterback. The question is, how often is he able to play? That's the problem.
I love that we're, one of our favorite, lines over the course of this week has been the
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Doc Rivers asking the reporter if he's doing the Zoom call. Jackson, are you in bed? And we're having this conversation about, working from home and all of this stuff. Meanwhile, it's 3:30. For reasons known to no one, my dog comes here, and you know how dogs, they do the thing where they like scratch their back, like they roll on the floor, and she decides to come in here and make a ruckus in the middle of the radio show. I guess the carpet is different here in the studio than it is anywhere else, and she decides she wants to come in here and make a bunch of noise. Thank God for this mute button over here. But it's one of the complexities of the last year. Everybody has become familiar with pets and kids and Zoom, and I don't even think I had heard of Zoom prior to last March.
I can't remember. I remember Skype was.
I mean, maybe I heard of it and I just never used it, but now it's far overused. I never want to see it again.
Yeah, I'm cool off of Zoom. Zoom dressed. You know what I mean? Like, I still get fully dressed, but there's people who just get Zoom dressed. Like,
Zoom dressed right now, fam. Zoom dressed right now, player. Believe that. I was like, we're going to 4 hours. I've been rocking these hoodies for a while. Let's switch it up, man. Let's show the crew that I've got.
That boy's showing what that closet working with.
I got a closet here. I mean, I do the show with Marshall or Sarah every once in a while. That is Zoom. Shoot, I have been in the CBS studios in person, and Marshall will be Zoom dressed. If there is no stand-up shot before the show starts, you best believe Marshall's got some sweatpants to go with that beautiful blue jacket and blue undershirt he rocks.
The crazy thing about it is, I'd probably get dressed. Like if I didn't, I end up having to leave the house anyway every day. But if I didn't, I'd probably still get dressed. Weird. That's weird of me, but yeah.
I mean, my sweatsuits are fly. Like let's not be crazy.
Well, no, I mean, I might put on some jeans.
Yeah, I don't do that. That's crazy. And there are some other stuff to where I look like I ain't going to the dry cleaner, so I ain't wearing that. If it has to be dry cleaned, that sucker ain't been worn in a year. There ain't no way. Hey. I love every single person who is watching this video live or watching it late. I love every single one of y'all. But I ain't running up my dry cleaning bill to impress you.
How much is your dry cleaning bill?
Well, I mean, normally it depends on what it is. Normally it's a bunch of shirts, which are normally inexpensive. But if it's a jacket, it's not my favorite thing to do.
I was just about to ask. They have a nice little cleaners that I go to, $250 an item. They do a good job. Although they said this 49ers sweater I had, they couldn't clean it. I don't know why, but whatever.
Okay. Well, there you have it. ESPN 1320, the radio station. All of your needs. We have got you covered. Best believe that. I had mentioned this a couple of times, and I would like to do it when we could get back to the Kings, and we've got to look ahead to this game against New York because, my frustrations with Luke Walton continue to grow. And it's kind of like, well, let's see what happens the next game. And
the man can't even speak without you getting upset.
And I don't deny that. I said that earlier. Like I acknowledged it. Like he just agitates me at this point because I feel like I just don't know what approach he's taking. It's like I just look at this. Well, I want to wait to see what this lineup does. And unfortunately for Luke, in my frustration towards him, it all centers around Buddy Heald. Is I don't feel what? No, I'm serious. Like I don't feel that there's any reason. I don't feel like there's any reason to continue to start Buddy Heald. I don't care the starting lineup. I don't care who's been injured. He doesn't factor into any of that because he wasn't injured. He wasn't missing. Right. So just that whole explanation that he laid out in the press conference, it didn't work for me.
Well, I mean, you know how I feel about Buddy Hield starting at the 2-guard spot. I'm ready to move on from that in a major way. But, however, as Stephen A. would say, Luke is looking at a situation where when I had everybody healthy, we won 7 of 8. I haven't had everybody healthy for almost 2 weeks now. Mm-hmm. They're finally back. We played a decent game yesterday against the Nets. Played a good game. We just lost. It's just the NBA game where, they made more baskets than we. It wasn't an indictment on the roster, wasn't an indictment on effort, nothing like that. They just, played a game, kept score, they lost. He's saying, okay, the starters are back. Let me give them an opportunity to see if they can rekindle what they had before people started dropping like flies. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I know I'm speaking out of both sides because I'd said I want Buddy Hield out of the starting lineup, and I feel that way. But in fairness, he was there when they were winning too,
doing the exact same thing he does when they were losing.
No, that's facts.
That's my problem. In Bishop is asking on the YouTube chat if Luke is out, who is option A, B, and C? Okay, well I have an easy answer for that. As a matter of fact, it's one guy. It's David Vanderpool, option A, B, and C.
Okay.
Look into him.
Okay.
When you see Dame Lillard singing the praises about him the way that he has, when you're on a steady staff like Terry Stotts' crew there, when you've got CJ McCollum repping for you, when you've been a part of winning organizations, that's a guy I'm interested in. Now, I'm not saying fire Luke Walton and go hire him today. What I'm suggesting is if you decide Luke Walton is not the guy, you go through an interview process similar to what you did for your general manager, similar to what you did with Luke Walton. Luke Walton. God bless it. The exact opposite. Similar to what you did for Monty McNair. The exact opposite of what you did for Luke Walton. Interview some guys, decide who is best for the direction of your franchise moving forward. I love David Vanderpool. I've been hearing about him for like the last year and a half. And I mean, he's been great. He's been a great assistant a lot longer than that, but he was brought to my attention about a year and a half ago, maybe about a year ago.
Okay.
So like that's my number one interest right now. And if that's not the guy, that's fine. Just go through the process. That's all I ask. Just go through the process. Don't do the Vlade thing with Luke. Don't do the Minnesota Timberwolves gimmick, who the coaching association, by the way, and Rick Carlisle, the president of the Coaches Association, they put out a statement regarding what went on with Minnesota and Chris Finch and Ryan Saunders, and I was very happy to see that. And that, like, hey, this isn't an indictment of Chris Finch. This isn't an indictment of any one particular organization, but there's a way that this needs to be done, and we are not comfortable with the way that this was done. So I appreciated them stepping out and putting that out there.
Yeah, that's the way it should be taken care of. I, Damian, and the rest of the chat, and Skip, I'm not throwing dirt on Luke Walton's coaching career in Sacramento yet.
Neither am I.
Not.
Neither am
I'm
I.
not saying you are. I'm just saying I. That's how. That's how I'm.
Okay.
You dug the hole. You ain't thrown the dirt yet. You haven't thrown the dirt yet.
Okay, I'll accept that. That's fair. That's fair. I don't want to make it seem like I'm not doing anything. Like, I'm doing something.
You got him out here like AJ Styles. You know, you're Taker and he's AJ Styles out here. Fine. About to give him the last ride.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm out there. Choke slam right into the grave. I'm with it. Yep. I'll take that analogy. That's fair enough.
I think and it's really
that called
weird.
The boneyard match? I'm with it.
Match. We should be getting because they're actually in the same venue this time. I was about to say we should be getting more like that this year, but I guess not.
No, they got fans this year at WrestleMania.
Maybe they'll still do something though. Those are really good. The boneyard match and the Fiends thing. Those things were really good.
That Firefly Funhouse was wild.
Yeah, that was crazy. But I mean, it may sound like a little bit of a cop out, but I don't know if Luke Walton is a good coach or not. I don't know. I do. This is what I can say. Over the past 2 years, when he has some form of health on the roster, the teams have been good. They've been decent.
So you're referencing back to last year with Bagley being hurt, De'Aaron being hurt. You know, guys missed time last year. And I feel like we should repeat this. Sometimes we just get caught up in these conversations. Glenn Robinson was waived today.
Yeah, shout out.
That is Sacramento Kings news that not everybody may be locked into. But it was reported earlier by Adrian Wojnarowski, confirmed by James Hell, it was confirmed by Glenn Robinson III himself. He has been waived by the Sacramento Kings, so he'll be on to. I'm sure this was done as he's been a DNP. He's been away for quote personal reasons for the last couple of weeks, the last couple of games. So I'm sure this is just an opportunity for him to get on somewhere else. But I did want to mention that. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, man. Shout out to Lil Dog, man. Hope he lands on his feet. I'm pretty sure he will. But the last 2 seasons, the 2 seasons with Luke Walton, when the teams have been healthy or relatively healthy, they've been a competing team. When you talk about a playoff spot or something like that, they've been that type of team. Now, you can make the argument that, and maybe you're wrong, that a good coach, even when the teams aren't full strength or whatever, he still finds a way to get them to compete and be competitive at a high level. I think that's a little wishful thinking, but you can make that argument. But I can say when the team has been healthy or relatively healthy, Luke Walton has coached a good team, a solid team.
I feel like I liked Luke Walton, the Lakers coach, more than I like Luke Walton, the Sacramento Kings coach. Because I think you and I have discussed this before on the show. I liked what Luke was doing pre-LeBron, and understandably, everything changes when LeBron James joins your roster. And I get that. Whether it's fair to Luke Walton or not, everything changes when LeBron James joins your roster. And with the offseason expectation that you're going to acquire someone like Anthony Davis, or the expectation period that you're going to acquire something like somebody like Anthony Davis, everything kind of changes there. But in the time that he was there, you saw that young Lakers team mature a little bit. You saw them grow, and I thought that was a good thing, and I do credit Luke Walton for that. I don't know how, sometimes we refer to this Kings team as young. This Kings team, they're not young. They're inexperienced, but they're not young. Right. It's not like made up of a bunch of guys who were drafted over the last year or two. Like this, Harrison is here, but Buddy is kind of a vet here at this point. No shocking news here. Devin Booker is going to replace Anthony Davis. I'll just throw that out there. That's just coming in from basically every reporter.
No air horns, but congrats to him.
Yeah, no shock there either. But I thought what they were doing worked with this team. Maybe this team just isn't in the same position that Laker team was. Maybe they're just not responding. Maybe he's coaching different. Maybe he's been handicapped by the fact that the general manager who brought him in was gone a year after he started. Maybe it's because he's already kind of behind the 8 ball with the new general manager here. I don't know what it is.
I think particularly with this year, and I saw the same thing happen last year, the health of the team dictates what they're able to do. When they're healthy and they have a full complement of players, they're a solid team. If any little thing goes wrong health-wise, somebody's out of the lineup or whatever the case may be, they falter. I mean, let's keep it a stack here. Last year, the Kings lost, is it safe to say, at some point, their 3 best players?
They lost De'Aaron for a little while. They lost Bagley for a little while. They lost Richaun for a little while. Sure, that's fair.
Those are 3 best players.
Yeah, that's fair.
This year, it's kind of almost the same thing. I mean, Fox was only 1 game. I'm not really
a lot shorter time frame too. All of those guys. I mean, Richaun had shoulder. Yeah, he did a lot. Those guys were taken out for big chunks last year.
But in those 8 games, and this year, I would say Harrison Barnes has been one of their top 3 players. And
absolutely.
And this year, once again, they've lost their top 3 players and they've fallen off the face of the earth. So I think it's more so on the roster construction. They have to find a way, and I'm not putting anything on Monty because, like I said earlier, he just got here last Monday. So he hadn't had time to really put his imprint.
Well, that's longer than it was earlier because earlier it was last Tuesday. So he's been here a little bit longer.
I forgot a day.
That's okay.
But, they've got to improve the roster where if one person goes down, this thing doesn't all go to hell in a handbasket. And that's kind of where they're at right now. If one Jenga piece out of that starting lineup is out, they can't cope with that. They can't deal with that. And moving forward, they have to have a more well-rounded roster and a deeper roster to be able to circumvent any kind of injury to 1 or 2 players. I'm not saying you got a 49ers laundry list of injuries. You'd still be able to be okay. Nobody can survive that. But you got to be able to say, hey, if Harrison Barnes misses 2 or 3 games, we're not losing by 20 for the majority of the game. You know what I mean? Like that's got to change.
Yeah. And let's not get lost in all of this. Regardless of the fact they were 500, 12, 13 days ago or whatever it was, this is a team that still has depth issues. They just waived Glenn Robinson. I think Hassan Whiteside's future is probably in serious question, whether it's being waived or he appears to have some suitors, at least attractors out there on the trade market, certainly the Los Angeles Lakers being one. We haven't read anything that states this, but you and I both believe Brooklyn should at least be looking at him, in terms of those 2 teams who I think if nowhere else believe in their minds that it's a strong possibility that we could be playing each other in the NBA Finals. I think that they're probably competing with each other for bringing in a big man that can kind of strengthen the depth of their front court a little bit. So Hassan could be a suitor for both the Lakers and the Brooklyn Nets. And then I think you have to look in terms of guys who, whether it's Corey Joseph or Nemanja Bjelica, you start looking down, and I think those are trades that are made with potential contenders. I don't think that those are. I don't think you're going to see a belly to like Atlanta deal or Washington or something along those lines.
I take that back. It could be one of those deals. It could be one of those deals where these guys are just trying to get in the playoffs. Atlanta, if they feel like, hey, we're a game out of the playoffs right now, and we're a belly away from maybe getting the game up into the playoffs.
I want to be in that meeting where someone says we're a belly away from being in the playoffs. Please let that be on a Zoom that leaks out to the world. You know what we need? Nemanja Bjelica. That's what we need. Nemanja. Where's belly? We're a belly away from the playoffs.
Nemanja, damn it.
Oh, I need that. I need that to happen.
I'm just saying. So if you're one of those teams, even like a Dallas, you know what I mean, who are like, hey, we need, somebody to stretch the floor when Keebler's down or something. But is it Maxi Keebler?
Dude,
Kebler? I don't know.
What?
Yeah, it's going to wrong
talking
guy
about?
Anyway. Maxi Keebler.
What school did he go to? Because I feel like you know that. I feel like
I
you go, oh, man, he played in the Mountain
went,
West. Like, what, he was a Mountain West legend.
I would know if he went to school. I think he's straight from overseas. Maxi Keebler.
That's one of my favorite lines. I wouldn't know if he went to school. Like, this is the guy who's got college basketball games on his DVR right now.
Yeah.
Probably anxious to watch.
I got to watch a game tonight.
Your all-star break.
That's right. Kleba. That's right.
Your all-star break is set. Like you've got like just a plethora of college basketball games that you're
all-star break is going to be championship week. We'll see how that plays out.
Lord. Oh my gosh, it's almost March.
Mm-hmm.
I have not computed that whatsoever.
Yeah, man.
I couldn't possibly care any less. I really couldn't.
I'm gonna put a list of games in the group chat that you should watch.
Cool.
Over that all-star
You know what?
break.
Just for fun, why don't you go ahead and put a list of shows together that I should watch as well? Because that's what I'm really struggling to find is a new really good show to watch. Put that list together, and then just on a night-to-night basis, I can decide whether I'm going to watch Ramsey's Arizona State versus Chattanooga or whatever.
You can watch Tekashi 6ix9ine documentary.
I might look at that.
That's a weird. That was a weird guy.
Yeah, I didn't need
he's not dead,
I didn't need the documentary to tell me that dude's a little touched. Anytime you walk into a tattoo parlor and say, "Do this," that doesn't.
Yeah. Oh well. So Ramsey is on here saying, "How about a list of names for Kenny to pronounce?"
I'm with that. Oh, please.
All-star break.
I'm with that. I am 100% with that. That'd be solid.
What happened to Joe Smith?
I think isn't he the league leader in 3-point shooting?
That's Joe Harris.
Oh, my bad.
I'm just saying those names. Yeah. Joe Smith, Joe Harris, easy.
How about Zion Williamson?
Zion's easy. Yeah.
Mark Stein tweeted Zion Williamson did not rule out participating in the NBA slam dunk contest at the All-Star game. What do you think about that? You want to see Zion in the slam dunk contest?
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, if they're going to have one, that would be cool.
They're going to have
earlier, Zach LaVine said that he's not going to be in the dunk contest.
I think Zach LaVine said, I'm never going to be in the dunk contest again. Like, that's a hard pass. Like, I'm good. I'm out.
You know who I would like to see? Well, I don't know if he can be in it this year. Or is it just all-stars in the dunk? It can't be. They're probably inviting anybody.
It would make sense, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I would like to see Anthony Edwards.
Oh my gosh!
Contest.
So that's the interest. Like in game, I personally like in-game dunks better than dunk contest dunks. Now that's not to take away from Levine versus Gordon or Neek versus Jordan or Dwight, Nate Robinson, any of that stuff. But man, when there are people around and you're in like a breakaway. Oh my gosh! Or you're in the half court. If you're like that, Anthony,
coming down the lane, coming on the baseline. You know what bothers me in the dunk contest is when they travel, like when they just don't dribble.
That's what bothers you?
Yes. Dribble the basketball. You can even double dribble if you want to, but don't just go running down the court without dribbling and take off. I don't know why it bothers me, but
now
does.
you're old guy
me.
yelling at the clouds. That's what you're doing.
The old guys were the ones who did. Clyde Drexler, Dr. J, they didn't dribble. Look at that. What are you guys doing?
I know
dribble.
You're not. I know you. I love that this is what fires you up, is traveling in the slam dunk contest.
Extra here, presented by KC. That's going to be a new segment.
I'm with it. This has been discussed, by the way. That's not make believe. Extra has absolutely been discussed. It could be Kenny Caraway's like old man take of the day. No traveling in the dunk contest. Like, what?
They call the travel before the dunk.
You know what? Joey Crawford. I don't know what Joey's doing right now, but put Joey Crawford out there to call travels in the dunk contest. Or you automatically lose, or it could be Dwayne Wade. You automatically get an 8. If you travel, Dwayne Wade automatically gives you an 8, no matter what your dunk is.
Who was it? Who did he screwed Aaron Gordon, but who did he screw it for? In the last, it was Derrick Jones. Derrick Jones Jr.
Yeah.
Who was crazy. He's a crazy dunker.
Yeah.
But Aaron Gordon got screwed in that one.
It's turned into a great meme, though. The Dwayne Wade score has turned into a fabulous meme. Oh man, internet's a cold place, man. I'm telling you, as we have learned here since starting the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. You know, I've been teasing this Alex Smith story for going on 4 hours right now.
I thought we talked about it.
Apparently, the Washington football team is the only group of people that didn't enjoy the Alex Smith comeback story yesterday. He did an interview with GQ magazine in which he said, and I quote, "They didn't see it, didn't want me there, didn't want me to be a part of it, didn't want me to be on the team, didn't want me to be on the roster, didn't want to give me a chance. Mind you, it was a whole new regime. They came in, and I'm like the leftovers, and I'm hurt, and I'm this liability." He went on to say, "Heck no, they didn't want me there. At that point, as you can imagine, everything I'd been through, I couldn't have cared less about all of that. Whether you like it or not, I'm giving this a go at this point."
Good for him.
Yeah, no, definitely. Love Alex Smith. Love the story last year, and I think I think a number of people have tweeted, just name the Comeback Player of the Year award, just the Alex Smith award.
Yeah, they can relax.
No, find a better comeback story than it. Find me someone who nearly lost their legs.
Well, I'm sure I can.
Leg, singular. I don't think he nearly lost both of them. Fine.
We don't need to name the award after him.
Why not? Why are you a hater? Why do you hate Alex Smith? Why do you hate Alex Smith?
How rumors get started.
Why do you hate Alex Smith?
Dude, why the hell do we need to name the award after? We give him the award. It's fine.
It's one of the best comeback stories ever. Dude nearly died.
Y'all doing too much.
Came back and played football.
It does not need to be called the Alex Smith Award.
I firmly disagree. End the show right there. I don't care if you don't say anything else. I disagree. You're wrong. The award should be renamed the Alex Smith Award. But I get the feeling after this interview, Alex Smith isn't in Washington next year.
No.
It certainly doesn't sound like it. And he didn't say in the interview, "I'm not going to be in Washington next year. I don't want to be in Washington next year." But with remarks like that, this doesn't feel like it's a warm, fuzzy relationship with. I don't know if this is Ron Rivera or the front office group, but this doesn't feel warm and fuzzy.
No, they didn't moved on. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think, Alex Smith?
Wait, what did they move on? Who'd they move on to?
That little guy that played in the playoff game.
Oh, that's right.
They might draft somebody too.
I don't remember who that is. I was like, Dwayne Haskins is gone. Where did Dwayne Haskins go again? Anybody remember?
Pittsburgh? Is it Pittsburgh?
Oh, Pittsburgh. There's another. I guess we'll get to this tomorrow. I've never seen an owner come out with a statement regarding a quarterback the way Art Rooney did with Ben Roethlisberger today, saying essentially, "Yeah, Ben and I met yesterday, and we want Ben here moving forward, and we both understand the next thing we need to do is work on his contract." Well, he's got one. He's got a contract. it just appears that maybe you don't want to honor it. Man, thanks so much for being with us. We had a blast. We hope you had half as much fun as we did. Go follow us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. If you missed any part of today's show and you're listening on radio.com, you can use the rewind feature to scroll back to 12 o'clock. You can listen to the podcast there, or you can subscribe to the podcast on Apple, Spotify, or Google Play. We are back for a 4.5-hour show tomorrow leading into the Sacramento Kings and the New York Knicks. We appreciate you so much. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Damon Ratto and Kolsky are coming up next.
Holla.
I absolutely hate saying that because I have no idea if Damon Ratto and Kolsky are next.
Actually, I think the Warriors are playing like next.
Freaking idiot. Like as soon as I didn't know how to get I didn't know how to get out of it. I was like, Damon, I know we got Sac State tomorrow, but I honest to God didn't know. So if you're still watching, Damon Ratto and Kolsky are not next. Jesus, man. I hate stupid stuff like that. Young Kobe, what's good, man? Young Kobe been all over this chat. Wow. Deuce, are you still playing Call of Duty?
You can't listen to trolls, man. You can't listen to trolls.
Deuce, is you still playing Call of Duty? I really need to know.
Them games be lasting, bro.
Oh, playing more rap music. Okay. All right. I see young Kobe. All right. I mean, it is what it is, dude. It is what it is. Dude just sitting here at the base. I love it. Okay, Deuce, can you confirm? Dude, you want to hear something crazy?
Oh my gosh. Yo,
so,
the after show crazy.
Yo. Oh, dude, we didn't even talk about the Big Show signing in AEW. Did you see that?
I saw that tweet. Yeah.
Hey, I didn't really Deuce started the night chat early. So I never got up today, but I made a little bowl with like some peanuts and some dark chocolate to have with my blueberries, which I thoroughly cleaned this time on like I did yesterday.
That's what I like to hear.
Bro, I have 2 different bags of chocolate in my pantry. I have chocolate, and then I have the enhanced version of chocolate.
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong version. And I grabbed a handful of them. I was like, yo, why do these look weird? Oh, boy, that could have made for an interesting final hour of the show. Of course, I never got up to get them, so it didn't really matter.
Almost a situation.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. Yo,
we're gonna talk about yelling at the clouds.
Nah, I would have been chill. I would have been, woo, I might have been asleep, be honest with you. Might have been straight up sleep. Yo, Big Show versus Shaq. You know that's going to happen. Isn't Shaq fighting Cody? Do I have that right? I think Shaq is fighting like Cody Rhodes or something.
Wow. Big Show versus Snoop.
Damn. This is when keeping it real goes wrong. And honestly, I'm going to keep it real. I was suspect on you, Damon, until you did your own independent podcast. And I became a stand like, hey, all right. Hey, Kobe, you could have just started with the second sentence. Like you didn't have to lay all that out for you, man. Like, yo, it's funny that you mentioned that Kobe pod. I wanted to delete that Kobe pod so bad because I just thought I did it more. I don't know. I don't think
I heard that one. I don't think I heard that one. You know, I'll be listening to your stuff too, but I don't think I heard the Kobe one.
It was, I recorded it that day, like at 2:00, and I think I cried through the whole thing. And there are only 2 shows that I like just sobbed on. And it was that one, and then there was one after George Floyd that I was like playing music on. I cried through that one.
I remember that one.
And Jesus Christ.
Yo, dude. Man, you saw that too. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Yo, Murph.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Come on, man.
Oh,
Come
man.
on, man.
Ooh. Can't wait till the night chat starts. Yeah.
Bruh.
He's going to have a Nipsey Hussle hoodie on. y'all can clip this shit and send it to him. I don't care. Like, it don't bother me a bit.
Oh man, yo, oh my gosh,
oh man, stop. Yeah.
Oh man,
Wait a minute,
yo
did
wild, man, yo wild.
I think you must have meant Kevin Martin. I would never trash Kenyon Martin. Kevin Martin maybe, but never Kenyon. I never go. Well, I'm glad I won you over, bro. Real talk. I had to win Roddy over too, man. So I'm glad I won you over. You didn't have to share it. It's cool, man.
Hey, that was hilarious. He said it was Kenyon.
Really? I said I can't. I said something about Kenyon Martin
when he had Trina's lips on his neck.
Oh, I just said that was a bad idea. Like I don't think did I go at him? Obviously, I did. If you remember, if you remember that of all of the stupid stuff I said, if you remember that, then I said it. That's me. That's me. My bad. Kobe's love of like that's cool. I'm glad I won some of y'all over, man. Like hey, it's all
man,
love, baby.
The more you hear, my man, y'all know he's that dude. He's that dude.
Oh, for Lynn wearing dreads and Kenyon having Chinese. Oh, I remember bringing that up. Okay, we were okay. I remember.
Lynn had dreads.
Yeah, we were talking about
braids. Cornrows.
Nah, he did something culturally appropriated, and I think Kenyon went at him, and Jeremy Lin was like, "Fam, you know you've got Chinese characteristics tattooed on your arm. You remember that?" So
I remember that story.
Yeah. Dude,
yo, the NBA is crazy.
Rich is a jerk, man. Jury's still out on that. ESPN 1320. We're here for Kenny. Bruh, I'm sick of this. This might be look.
Oh my gosh. Yo,
hey,
yo, man, y'all gotta stop, man.
Oh, man.
Y'all gotta stop, man. We over here just trying to do our thing and do what we do. You know what I'm saying? And y'all, man, come on, man. Come on, man.
Allegedly have black friends.
Oh man,
man.
Man, we don't put this stuff in the chat. They just be here. No, stop it, Roddy. Roddy, stop.
What did Roddy do now? Oh.
I don't know why you can't say the word. I don't know why you can't say it.
You know what's okay? Ooh, ooh, man. God bless it. Goodness gracious. Man, and you know what's wild? You know when a dude fights to say the word, he ain't, and you know what's wild is he ain't the first employee over there who says, why can't white people say it? If all these other dudes are saying it, why can't white people say it? He ain't the first one to do that. Oh, man.
Wow.
The real question is, why do you want to? Why do you want to use that word? Explain to me why you, and yes, if that word comes up during a song that you're rapping along, you skip it.
You skip
it. You go silent. You hit the radio edit. Quick.
You skip it. You say,
man.
And then keep going with the rest of the words.
Bruh.
Simple as that.
Man. I can't tell y'all, and I hate, Kenny didn't have, Deuce and Mo lived through this. It's a different, it's like walking out of MAGA over there. Like legit. Dude, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
Oh,
man. Woo, I don't know what it's like there now. I don't know that, but I know before. Oh man. Y'all, Ed Crane knows the culture. That is I just don't understand. These black people get to use the word and he wasn't even using it in a racist context. Like, explain to me the context in which you can use that word and it's not racist.
Out of control. Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. Yeah, that should be circumstantial right there. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, okay.
Oh man. Okay. Nope, Manny, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Jigga what? Jigga who?
Man.
That's how you sing that song. Jigga what? Jigga who? I've heard that radio edit so many times. When I came across the regular version, I was like, whoa, hey, oh, this is the song.
You know what song I do that for is Two of America's Most Wanted. I have it on the tip of my tongue what the radio edit version is. It's a multimillionaire young brother sketch.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh man. Somebody send young Kobe, you on Twitter? Kobe, drop your handle in here. We can we'll have someone send you the it was something.
It was something.
It was something that came across my DMs. I was like, oh, we're doing this again. Okay, apparently you can't go 6 months over there without some white dude arguing about using the N-word. Can't wait to see who's next.
Oh man.
All right, man.
It's the sophomore class field trip around here.
I can't deal with Shawn Michaels without hair, by the way. I don't know if we've talked. That looks so terrible.
Poor guy. Did you see that? You might have, I'm sure you already knew about this. The 8-part little A&E thing.
Oh, the WWE biography thing. Yeah, there's there's one with Steve Austin, and yeah, I did see that. That's been in the works for a while. Yeah, the thing that's weird to me about that is y'all got a network. Like, what are you commissioning stuff out to A&E for? Like, you need to work on the thing that. Damn, Deuce. Damn. Roddy, can you ask the question again? I just need to confirm. I just need to. You know what? We might as well. I'm gonna. Hey, Deuce, you got time? I don't know. Like, hey, Deuce, just for fun. I mean, no pressure. You don't have to.
Yo, that's cold, man.
You don't have to, but I'm just gonna go ahead and drop something in Deuce's email. You certainly don't have to click on it, but I'm just gonna go drop that in there.
We can ask him how he feels about being the new WWE champion.
Who?
Deuce.
Deuce is the new WWE champion?
The Miz.
Oh, the Miz. Yeah. Deuce is a good heel. Deuce has a good heel persona for sure. I dig it. I damn near lost my breath with some of y'all wilding out, man.
Yeah, I'm tripping, man.
And you know we're gonna take the bait like every time, or especially me. It ain't even Kenny. Like, it's me. It's me. Like, I'm gonna take the bait every time because I'm a jerk. Like, I'm an absolute jerk, and I recognize that.
Oh man.
I will.
I'm telling you, it's the sophomore class field trip.
Yeah, I gotta get that DX. So every time that pops up, or every time you say that, we could hit that sound there. I need to update my sound.
I got a couple of I got a whole bunch of sound that I got to put on this thing. I got some random clips.
You hate that the Miz is champion for real? I love the Miz, man. I dig the. Yeah, I didn't see anything there. What was wrong? There's nothing wrong there. Absolutely nothing. Oh, don't worry, Roddy. Stick around long enough, man. We got you. Stick around long enough, buddy. We got you.
Bro, I'm about to go get some more.
Hold on. Let me get this logo off.
Oh yeah, live from the Deuce and Mo Studios.
There he is. Hold on.
Gotta be Deuce.
What's up, Deucey?
Just in the chat.
I can't. Hold on.
So much. The chat makes me laugh so hard. I just love trying to bait Kenny in the stuff and clowning people. Oh, it's great.
Man, you had time today, bro.
Yeah, I was just chilling today, playing no games. I gotta see what's going on.
Yeah, you've been here.
Yeah, we was just hanging out, man. That rate, you know, it's one of those. That show kind of got away from us a little bit. Before we knew it, it's like, man, we're 3 hours into this thing, and I don't think we've left the Kings yet. It turned into one frustrating Kings thing after another.
But it was fun.
For sure,
man. I was sitting here, I was enjoying it. I had one I'm trying to listen to Call of Duty, so I know when like steps are coming. But I'm listening to you guys. I got killed really easily, but it was fun.
Do you play like randomly with people online, or you got a crew?
I play Warzone, so like you drop in and you're with like 100 people. You don't even know. You just
y'all are against each other, right? Like
one man for himself. It's insane. You got to play it. Download. Or do you know like video games? Are you still on like Nintendo or like what do you want, Kenny?
Stop.
Atari, like
PS4. I'm trying to get the PS5, but it ain't out nowhere.
Yeah.
You know,
as soon as the ad pops in the newspaper, Kenny will be all over it.
And he's outside Fry's today.
Oh man, Kenny over at Fry's.
I ain't been to Fry's.
I don't think Fry's is open.
No, they actually closed all the stores today.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. The joke.
Did you? I'm asking the wrong person, but what you know about Incredible Universe, though?
What is Incredible Universe?
Oh, I know about Incredible Universe. When I was in 3rd grade, my uncle took me there because Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf was having an autograph signing, and I went and waited for hours.
That's where all the Kings players went for the autograph sessions.
Yeah.
It was like Best Buy before Best Buy.
Incredible. Was it? Refresh my memory. What was Incredible Universe?
Well, Fry's was. It's Fry's out on what's that, Northgate or?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But it was built to be Incredible Universe, which was like this. It was just like this. Like I said, Best Buy before Best Buy, like in the mid '90s. That was a spot. It was always a good time to go to Incredible Universe.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf was there, man. I got his autograph.
I think I got Michael Smith's autograph there.
The animal. That's dope. Yo, how are these night chats going? That's got to be tough, man. Dude, it's got to be tough. Like, it's one thing when they're winning and like everything is like dope, but like one loss, like okay, then like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 6, not 7.
Yeah, just keeps going. It's still been fun. You still have hot takes in there. Like, it's funny because you got like people who were like clowning Fox in the beginning of the year. Then they didn't say anything when he was like killing it, winning Western Conference Player of the Week and doing that. And now, like, because he went through a rough patch after the injury, they're coming out, see, I told you he's not a max player. And I'm just like, guys, can we not do this? Like, what are we doing here? Like,
I was going to ask you, like, what are they saying about Fox? But there's people who believe they shouldn't have given him that contract.
oh yeah, for sure. It's the free throws, or someone was bringing up his 3-point percentage. He's shooting 30%. I'm like, well, I mean, he's actually at 35%. He made 5 tonight, but I mean, that's cool. Did you watch the game or? Yeah, I don't know. Like, are we watching the same game, or you also get the people that are in there no matter what, killing Bagley, and like I just don't think people can get over that he was a number 2 pick. Because if you try to like move that aside for a second, which I know is hard to do, like we know Luka was the guy, we know it's over. But like he's legitimately playing better lately. Like, how can you deny that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't hear it.
Yeah, it's silly. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I got to make a note, man. I want to talk to you about Daquan Jeffries tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
because you saw him more than
love that guy.
You saw him more than any of us did.
How did he play 15 minutes last night?
That was ridiculous. That was clown behavior by Luke right there.
He played 40 the last game, and I mean, take Buddy's minutes down, put the Daquan in there. He's going to defend. He can. He's an athlete. He could finish above the rim, defend him a couple positions. Damn.
So, what I think Daquan, maybe long term, maybe he can't be a starter, but I think he can start right now with the team. Do you think he's that type of player? Or do you still think he's like a bench guy?
He probably started on this team, but I don't know. Like, who do you take out? You start him at the 2?
Yeah.
I'm all about just start Halliburton. Start your best guys. Like, what are we doing here? Like, Halliburton's your second best player. Put him with Fox, and he can come off the bench. And you know, It worked last year when he brought Hearld off the bench. Like, he may just be a bench dude. I think we've seen that. It's not like we're going, hey, he's 24, he'll figure out. He's 28 years old. He's like the same age as Harrison Barnes, man.
Yeah. Nah, he
this
is.
after show chat is brought to you by Manscaped. Use the promo code.
Yes.
To throw out the promo. It's Deuce. What is it? It's DMP, right?
DMP 20 at
Deuce
checkout. You'll get 20% off. Jamie, you gotta take care down there, man.
Okay. All right. So I got Danny in San Francisco's attention earlier because I was talking about you guys and I come across those, because I was listening. You put I normally go to the podcast, but you had the night chat on the podcast this time, which you normally don't do.
Right.
And you did the read. And I kept thinking, Deuce, I've got to see you tomorrow. Like sometimes those, and I didn't say this on the air, but it is my absolute favorite when Mo says, like, I don't have balls, but if I did, I'd use Manscaped. That's just the best line.
Dude, you should see the copy they sent for March. It's based on March Madness, and it says, like, turn your Kentucky Wildcat into a South Carolina Gamecock.
Wow.
Okay. Are we really going here?
Wow, that is all we
not playing.
We we should just go full like DX. If we could get Manscaped on the radio show and then Blue Chew followed by that, man, we'd be on a whole different level. We could intertwine though. Hey. Danny, if you're still watching, let's go after. Send this to Quinn. Quinn can take care of this. Let's get something with Manscaped and Blue Chew locked in for 2021.
By the way,
made in heaven.
Mark Spears was in my DMs the other day. I'm like, what's Mark Spears DM me for? He goes, hey, what's that promo code? Last night he goes, I got it. I'm like, yeah, let's go. So now all of a sudden you got the image of Mark Spears.
Yep, easy.
Oh,
yeah. Yep.
Good thing that's got a 90-minute battery life.
It works in the shower as well, just for those who are wondering. It's what we do for a living, people. This is it right here. This is what we do for a living.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
What's going on, man? What you doing on your day off, man?
We're actually going to do a podcast at 6 tonight, and then a little night chat at 7. You know the NBA Top Shot thing that's going crazy right now?
Yeah, insane.
I don't completely get it, but it's going.
I don't either.
Hold on. So let me explain it to me. They're selling video clips.
It's like digital sports cards, and it's tied in with cryptocurrency. But so basically, you open up this digital pack, and you get different video highlights, and you sell them right away. A LeBron one sold the other day for $280,000.
Dude, that is crazy.
So
what are these people doing here, man?
I don't get it.
Yo, you wild. You wild.
What? Hey, that ain't me. That wasn't me. What do you mean? I didn't say that. I'm just that wasn't me. We just out here. There's Murph do okay. There's no way I cannot put this on.
Oh wow. Oh, Murph is next level.
Yo, got no chill.
Where's Murph? Murph's in Vegas now, right?
Murph's in Vegas.
I should have mentioned that when he called.
So Murph was in line online to get one of those NBA Top Shot packs, and there were like 70,000 people online, and he got a pack for like $9. And I was telling him before, if he gets a pack, let's split it. So we're gonna open one up tonight on Night Chat.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, so
real lit. So
I don't get it.
Pack, you could get a clip in there that could be worth like $300.
I mean, 300. That's like nothing in this game right now. I went in with Doug and J. Ross on a Zach LaVine clip, and I listed it at like $9,500.
What?
Damien, I'm not kidding. I don't know. The bubble's probably going to burst at some point, and people are going to be a mess. But like, It's insane right now. Like the amount of highlights people are buying and flipping. Like people are making a lot of money off of this.
This is more complicated than the stock market. Like I know Tyrese was talking a lot about this last night. Someone emailed me before 1320 when I was just doing the podcast. And did you get one of those emails too?
From them?
Yeah.
And you know what I did?
I didn't get it.
I didn't get it. I read it. I'm like, hey, this doesn't really fit. And I remember, dude, that's so funny you got one because they sent one and they're like, hey, we'll give you some $200 in packs to buy and we'll let you give some out. And I'm like, I'm good. And now people are making so much money.
Dude,
I lost a fortune.
I didn't get it. I swear to God, I did. I was like, I even had the guy. I was like, I'm sorry. I don't understand this. Run this by me one more time. You want me to buy a video clip? Right. And he I could pull up the old email. He tried to explain it to me, and I was like, dude, I do not get this.
Guess what? He's laughing his ass off now. He's going, oh, those idiots could have gotten free. They would have made money.
Right now, it's basketball is obviously what people. But are they still doing it with other sports? Like
they have it, but the other leagues, I guess, are interested. The NBA was just the first one to license it. So. Players are pushing it now, and they're pushing it because I'm sure they get a cut, with the Players Association. But
yeah,
I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't completely get it, but
yeah,
it's a thing right now. It's weird. It's really weird.
Wait, how much did you pay for the Zach LaVine card that you went in on?
Well, I think it was like $234, but we split it. So I was comfortable with it because it was like. If I lose my money, it's like 75.
It was 234. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not.
It wasn't crazy. Yeah. To me, it was like I was gambling a little bit. Let's have a little fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow,
you can't buy a pack right now unless you're in line and win. And that's what Murph did. He won. And he's like, hey, you want to open it up? I'm like, yeah. Are you sure? So yeah, we're gonna open it up tonight on Night Chat.
Dude, I'll watch that just because I don't get it. So Okay. Yeah. One more thing. How do you open this? Is it like a zip file? Like, how does this work?
You just click on open it, and it opens up the packs, and then you click on each one, and then it plays the highlight, and you see what you got.
Oh man,
I think people dig it too because it's like gambling. I mean, sports cards in a sense are like gambling, right? Like if you open up a pack of cards, you don't know what the hell you're going to get. It's a physical thing, but they only make so many of these digital things, and I know the first. And trust me, I had the same thought was, oh, cool. You get a video clip that you see on YouTube. Okay, well, here's what I would say to those people. Then go on YouTube, download the clip, and try to sell that for $200,000 because you can't. And for these, for whatever reason, you can't, right? Like you can't just go make a sports card. No one's going to buy it, right? For whatever reason, this digital thing is working. The next generation of these kids are in it. Everyone's into it right now because they feel like they can make money off of it. And they only make so many of them. It's weird.
That is wild.
But it's taken over.
Dude.
Yeah, that's wild. Dude. I mean, it's cool. Like I'll be watching. How will you is there like a Beckett? Like is there a book that you look into? Like a digital book? It says it's
if you go to the website NBATopShot.com, they have you go to Marketplace and you could just search a player's name and you could see all of the ones for sale. Like you could be like, oh, there's a Zach LaVine highlight. Oh, that's a dunk. I'll click on that. And you see the cheapest one right now, I think, is listed for Zach LaVine is like $140, and there's people trying to sell it for like $250,000. Like, I don't know. The people who are obsessed with it are like, hold on to it. It's going to be worth so much money. I kind of think the bubble's going to burst at some point because right now we're talking about random ass role players selling for hundreds of dollars, like a JaVale McGee dunk. Like what? Why would you spend $200 on that?
At some point. Quarantine is going to be over and everyone's going to realize, God, this is really dumb. What are we doing?
I know, dude. But you think about it with like the stock market, people were buying like GameStop and AMC and Nokia. And then like everyone's trying to find a quick hustle, sports, everyone's trying to find it.
So you guys, I'm on here right now. A LeBron James dunk is going for $34,000.
Can you believe that?
His 3-pointer is going for $75,000.
This is insane,
dude. I don't know.
Well, good luck. Like I'm so hyped to see what you guys wind up with when you how many cards clips per pack?
That's a great question. I want to say like maybe 6 or 7. I was watching last night. Terry Rozier was opening up a pack on Twitch, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Murph says 3.
3? That's it. Okay, maybe he had a different pack. So only 3. See, that's
he said he doesn't know either. He says I thought
the pack is $9. See, so right now, I mean, you're gonna make money off a pack if you get one, like no doubt. Right. You're gonna make more than your money back. So
this may sound weird, but there's something about this that is pretty cool. Like I just click on one, the highlight comes up, LeBron's dunking or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty cool.
I mean, it is, but like for us, it's hard to comprehend, right? Because our generation is like, no, like I need a sports car. I need to hold it. I need to turn it around, touch it. Like this is just on a computer. It's weird.
Yeah.
Right.
Young Kobe, I'm going to pay off my college loans with a LeBron gift. Good luck, man. I'm telling you, I know you're going to laugh at it now, but maybe you should find a highlight. Invest a little bit if you can. See what you can do.
I'm gonna get on the waiting list. I'm gonna try and get it.
Hey, that's the other thing. You know, like cards, like they do, sports cards do have wear and tear. They have to be graded. These are like, it is what it is. Like it's graded. It's perfect. You can hold on to it forever. It is yours. There's a serial number with it. There's only certain amount they make.
Bruh, come on, man.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, is that real? Is that real? And more importantly, how much for a Kenny Caraway? There's video. Can we get that Loyal Roots video turned into a Top Shot card?
Hey, Kenny might be able to make some money right now off that.
There we go.
That's LeBron status right there. We talking 6 figures.
Let me just look up like a random ass. Oh, dude, you know who was going for crazy the other day was Alex Caruso.
Oh my gosh, they love
which is insane, right? Like.
Here's
Alex Caruso. Okay, his cheapest one right now. The lowest ask on one of them is $390. There is one super rare one with 11 listings. The highest price for sale is $120,000.
Come on, man.
And the cheapest on that's $13K. Could you imagine up in $13K?
That's the other thing. Who's buying these things?
Well, you know, probably some rich assholes, and you know.
Murph's still wilding out, by the way. I just leave that up there for everybody. Murph's still acting out. All right.
Oh man.
Both show. Boom. All right.
Oh, shout out to the Cos.
Dwayne Coswell. Yes, sir.
Hatchmore got 90,000. So I don't get it. So yes, I understand it. I don't understand why it's so valuable. People are telling me, "Oh, get more in it." I'm like, no. I'm playing this safe, and I'm sure I'm going to regret it down the road. But I'm not trying to put life savings into it. I'm trying to find a good deal, and I feel conservative.
$9. Yeah, I'm gonna buy 100. $9. Yes.
Man,
take
something. That's something.
So, yeah, crazy.
All right. I guess we'll do this in front of everybody tomorrow.
Sounds good, man.
You good? You good at what? By the way, it's 145. Probably should have told you that in advance.
Yeah, 145 is good.
Yeah, 145 to 215.
Yeah. Okay.
We didn't want to lose any time with you, so
sweet. We're gonna get Casey's mic fixed by that point.
I hope so.
Good luck.
I don't know what. I honest to God don't know what it is. Run the speed test when we hang up, because that's the only thing I can think of. Are you hardwired there? Are you Ethernet cabled at your house, Deuce?
I am not. I see you're asking Kenny. I was going to say Kenny doesn't know what Ethernet is.
Well, and me being the sophomore classmate that I am, he didn't say wired at first. I was like, fam, come on.
This show is brought to you by Blue Chew and Manscaped.
Damn.
The Manscaped will get you ready for the Blue Chew and move on from there. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I apologize to the people who are still watching this.
No, I need some softball highlights for sure. Those will go for 50 G's.
Okay.
For sure.
Now we're getting crazy. Now we're getting crazy.
For sure, the softball highlights will go off.
All right, 6 o'clock. You said for the podcast.
Yeah, 6 o'clock tonight, man.
All right, love it. Man. Thanks for jumping on with us and having fun and hanging out all day.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, we're signing off, man. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for the 4 hours of laugh, man. We laugh. It was more than one. It was plural.
4.5 hours today.
Yeah, for real. Just like tomorrow will be, and just like the next day will be. So we appreciate you guys, man. Thank you so much. We'll catch you tomorrow at noon.
Holla.